Chapter 1104. Sherwood Borough, 22, Hope Street, Hat Trick Inn. Outside room 2016. Furs directly passed through the wall without attracting anyone's attention. Then, she knocked on the door according to the agreed rhythm. Before long, Dorian Gray Abraham, who had broad shoulders and thick arms and was dressed in a black formal suit, unlocked the door and turned the knob. The gentleman quickly looked around and made way for Furs to enter. "I never expected you to become a scribe so quickly." After closing the door, Dorian carefully checked the door lock before turning around and sighing. By the standards of this era, he was already considered a middle-aged man, but he was still a Sequence 7 astrologer. He had no hope of advancing. As for his student, Furs Wall, she had only taken about a year to go from Sequence 9 to Sequence 6. When comparing the two, Dorian couldn't help but sigh and feel sad. The bloodline of the House of Abraham was supposed to be noble and enviable, but now, it was a heavy curse that left him depressed. "It's all because of your good teaching, teacher." Although Furs didn't like to go out and preferred to stay at home, she would still receive invitations from nobles from time to time. She was a best-selling author who participated in high society's literary salons, so it wasn't to the extent that she didn't know how to speak. Furthermore, she had indeed received a lot of help from her teacher, be it knowledge, money, formulas, or ingredients. Dorian glanced at her and shook his head with a smile. "It's not like you're the only student I've taught. In my memory, there's only one person who can compare to you in terms of advancement speed." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Next, your goal is Sequence 5 Traveler, and I have higher expectations for you. I hope that you can obtain godhood and become a Sequence 4 Secrets Sorcerer. Of course, I also have a request. That is to wait until you really become a demigod before attempting to pray to a certain hidden existence. Listen to his answer and figure out what he is saying. There's indeed a certain level of danger, but for a Sequence 4 demigod, as long as one has the ability to withstand it, there shouldn't be any problems. Teacher, is this answer very important to you?" Furs knew what was going on, but she still pretended to be curious and confused. Dorian was silent for a few seconds, then let out a long sigh. "It's very important. My parents, my brothers, my sisters, my children, too many people have sacrificed their lives in pursuit of this answer, but they have obtained nothing. Don't worry, the reason why we paid such a huge price is because there is an ancient curse hidden in our family's bloodline, and you are not related to us by blood. I don't expect to find a way to break the curse in my generation, but I hope to know where it came from, and what is the cause of my death." At this point, Dorian took a deep breath and didn't continue. For some reason, at this moment, Furs directly felt the weight that had been accumulated generation after generation for thousands of years. It was really hard for her to imagine what kind of pain it would be for a person's grandparents, parents, brothers, sisters, and children to die directly or indirectly because of the same curse. Thinking of how her teacher had taken care of her, Furs, who had only received this care and love from her elders in recent years, opened and closed her eyes, lowered her head, and nodded vigorously. "I will work hard." Dorian put away her emotions and nodded gently. "The thing that's most commendable about you is your kindness." Furs was a little embarrassed, and she changed to a word that her teacher had mentioned. "Family." She remembered that her teacher hadn't told her about the House of Abraham. He had pretended that he, Lawrence, Alisa, and the others were members of a secret organization. In order to distinguish between what her teacher had said and what she had learned on the tarot, Furs had carefully sorted out the information before she left, in case she accidentally revealed information that she shouldn't have known. Dorian answered simply, "In order to solve the problem of the curse, my family has joined that organization." He then changed the topic. "Why did you move in such a hurry this time?" "We were targeted by the official Beyonders." Furs first told the truth before complaining about the postman. Dorian didn't say anything else and began to set up the ritual. She summoned the void creature, Malmax, who loved music, and made him spit out 3 items. The first was a crystal that was so transparent that it was almost illusory, the second was an ancient goatskin, and the third was a small hunter's backpack. This is the Beyonder characteristic left behind by a traveler. With it, you don't need to gather additional main ingredients. This is the traveler potion formula. This backpack contains the corresponding supplementary ingredient. If you don't have a good way to preserve them, try to digest the scribe potion within half a year. Otherwise, their spirituality will be completely lost. Dorian handed the items in her hand to Furs. "Thank you, teacher," Furs said sincerely. Then, she unfolded the goatskin and quickly scanned through the potion formula, focusing on the ritual. Set up special coordinates in 4 completely different places in the depths of the spirit world that are very far from each other. What's the purpose of this ritual? Furs thought for a few seconds and asked her teacher. After consuming the traveler potion, you will uncontrollably begin to roam the spirit world. By the time you gain basic control of your powers, you will realize that you have lost your way. At that time, you can use the 4 special coordinates to return to the real world. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the depths of the spirit world for a long period of time. Not only is it dangerous, it will also assimilate you, making you lose your rationality and become a creature that relies on the spirit world. Although Dorian had no hope of becoming a traveler herself, she had seen students advance to sequence 5 before. Then there should be other alternatives. Furs muttered as though she was in thought. Yes. Dorian nodded. Previously, the organization had an item that allowed people to return to the real world directly from the spirit world. Unfortunately, it was lost. Without waiting for Furs to ask, Dorian said, "If, and I'm saying if, you really become a demigod and fulfill that wish of mine, I will hand over an important item that I wield to you. This is a teacher's wish for you. One of the powerful sealed artifacts of the House of Abraham?" Furs had some guesses, but she didn't dare to promise anything. She continued as before, "I'll work hard." Following that, she continued the topic and asked curiously, "Teacher, you just mentioned that Sequence 4 is Secret's sorcerer. Then what about Sequence 3, Sequence 2, and Sequence 1? Dory gave a laugh as he settled in, "You're only Sequence 6. Yes, Sequence 3 is Wanderer. Sequence 2 is Planeswalker. Sequence 1's potion name is Key of Stars." Heh, thankfully you mentioned this problem. I actually forgot to organize a list of things to take note of when exploring the spirit world. These are things that you have to remember after becoming a traveler. How about this? I'll stay another night. Come to me tomorrow to get the information. Furs agreed as she ruminated over the names of the high-sequence Beyonder potions of the apprentice pathway. All right, teacher. After instructing her on these matters, Dorian paced back and forth a few times. After some thought, she exhorted again, "There will be a certain attraction between Beyonder characteristics of the same pathway. It's not obvious at lower sequences, but the higher the sequence, the stronger it is. Sometimes this attraction won't be directly felt by you. It will make you unknowingly approach a high-sequence Beyonder of the same pathway. When you become a traveler, you have to constantly pay attention to such matters." Upon saying that, Dorian paused for a moment. There aren't many demigods of the apprentice pathway still alive. Among them, you need to be especially careful of a man named Bodis. He's the Saint of Secrets of the Aurora Order. Just like Lewis, he's a traitor of our organization. I'll give you his portrait tomorrow. Bodis. Furs repeated the name her teacher had mentioned in her heart. At the same time, she had a new understanding of her encounter with the Aurora Order's oracle, Louis Veen. Perhaps it wasn't a chance encounter, but an attraction between Beyonder characteristics. Her teacher had a sufficiently powerful sealed artifact of the apprentice pathway. Furs quickly suppressed this thought and began to consult her on various matters regarding acting as a scribe. City of Silver, Berg household. So there's a way to bypass the giant king's court's front and enter the interior through the waning forest and barren tunnel. Derek Berg recalled the information Mr. World had shared with him above the gray fog. This was very important to the City of Silver. This was because the early explorations from the afternoon town camp indicated that the closer one was to the giant king's court, the more monsters that originated from the darkness were, and the stronger they were. I have to tell the chief. Derek suddenly stood up, rushed out of the house, and headed straight for the spire. As he wished, he met the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad. According to Mr. the Hanging Man's exhortations, he said that he had recalled a certain mural he had seen in Afternoon Town's shadow. It described a secret passageway into the giant king's court. Colin Iliad listened quietly without interrupting Derek's recount. Finally, he nodded gently. Very good, you've done well. What do you want to exchange this contribution for? The complete brain of an adult mind dragon. Derek was already prepared. Colin didn't ask why as he thought for a moment. If that secret passageway is real, then its value is definitely higher than the complete brain of an adult mind dragon. You can choose something else. Are you interested in the potion formula of a higher sequence of the plantar pathway? He's asking Mr. Fool. As Derek came to a realization, he asked in surprise, do we have the potion formula of a higher sequence of the plantar pathway? He didn't remember having any. You should remember that the giant king's queen is the goddess of harvest, but the surrounding area lacks the corresponding beyonder ingredients. There's no rush. You can consider it again. Colin Iliad calmly changed the topic. Have you already mastered the power of a priest of light? Yes, Derek replied succinctly. Colin fell silent for a moment as he looked at the teenager in front of him. What kind of saint-level sealed artifact do you want to choose? Lord of the Mysteries, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1105. What kind of saint-level sealed artifact do I want to choose? Derek Berg subconsciously examined his own need. As the sun pathway had a certain level of restraint against the monsters in the darkness, and he also had Thunder God's roar, he didn't have much desire for offensive or support-type sealed artifacts. And the experience of being beaten up while making friends made him subconsciously wish for a mystical item that could provide stronger defense. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Derek suddenly came to a realization. He understood that the essence of the question wasn't what saint-level sealed artifact he wanted, but which saint-level sealed artifact could exchange for the Creator's cross from Mr. Fool. He hesitated for a moment and frankly asked, Your Excellency, do you have any suggestions? Colin glanced at him and left his original spot. He slowly walked to the window and turned around. There are 4 sealed artifacts that are relatively suitable for you. The first one is called the Sword of Silver Dawn. It was left behind by an elder who died 1300 years ago. Holding this straight sword can hide one's malice and certain actions, effectively interfering with divination and prophecy, and obtain exaggerated strength. It can bring a dawn against evil and degeneration to the surrounding area. It can also stir up a destructive storm of light, creating an invisible and sturdy defensive wall around the wielder. Every time it is connected to the ground, the protective force will be unshakable. At the tip of the hilt is a statue of a human head with a single eye and a huge mouth. It has the characteristics of a living person. Feeding the corresponding herbs, essential oils, and medicines to this statue will cause the Sword of Silver Dawn to produce different effects, such as lightning, freezing, purification, burning, rotting, and exorcism. This sword has strict conditions for using it. It's impossible to pick it up if you're less than 180 centimeters tall. It's difficult to unleash its full power if you're less than 200 centimeters tall. In addition, the statue of a human head at the top of the hilt is very talkative. It's always chattering. If the wielder doesn't respond to it, perhaps at a critical moment, the Sword of Silver Dawn will suddenly give up resisting and even attack its owner. If the wielder is willing to talk to the statue, he will be on the brink of madness. This is what I want, a sealed artifact that's good at defense, Derek muttered to himself. He didn't interrupt the chief's explanation as he quietly listened to him continue introducing the sealed artifacts. The second item is the Twilight Mask, which came from the previous chief. It's a mask made from a skull. It can conceal malice, thoughts, and behavioral tendencies, making the wearer seem like a dead person without any thoughts. As long as you wear this mask, you will have the power of a true giant and the right to rule over the undead. Any living creature that looks into the eyes of the wearer will die immediately. Even if they have divinity, they will still be severely injured. And even if there is no eye contact, the target that the wearer sees will slowly wither, just like crossing the river of death inch by inch. The person who wears this mask can also create the terrifying twilight storm. Anything that is tainted by the dim light will decay, rot, wither, die, and lose its sense of life. Most attacks other than purification are ineffective against people wearing the Twilight Mask, just like how no one can kill a dead person. This Twilight Mask is very powerful, but it's also extremely dangerous. Even if it doesn't do anything and just leaves it there, the people around it will suddenly die one after another for no reason. Therefore, there needs to be a suitable sealing method. No matter who it is, after wearing this mask, their ears will constantly echo with screams and roars that seem to come from the depths of the underworld. This is a mental attack that can drive a person crazy and make them lose their rationality. At the same time, as long as they wear this mask for more than 5 minutes, they will irrevocably become its slave. This sealed artifact can't be used. Although it's powerful, it can only be used to seal. Only a mighty existence like Mr. Fool can ignore its negative effects. Derek opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word. Colin Iliad recalled the information and continued. The third item is called Life's Cane. It can control beyonder creatures with low intelligence, reducing their madness for a short period of time. It can use incomplete spirits and all kinds of materials to complete extreme life refinement. This can create ordinary humans that can live for a long time. It can also create different dolls that are used for combat and all kinds of matters, including stone golems, earth golems, and steel golems. Any living being that has been struck by this cane will have an increased tendency to go crazy and lose control. Their bodies will also have a certain chance of mutating, growing watermelons, mushrooms, wheat, and other things. Of course, these are inedible and will cause contamination. As for the living beings that have been struck by the cane, no matter how serious their injuries are, they will be healed, except for those that have already begun to lose control. This cane will fill the surrounding area with vitality. Be it plants or animals, they will be able to flourish and reproduce rapidly. Unfortunately, it's useless against our cursed land. The person who carries Life's Cane has a high chance of having a mutation. The longer they hold it, the higher the chance. This will cause them to have more organs or lose parts of their body, which will be replaced by various plants. It sounds sinister. Derek felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, what's the fourth sealed artifact? It came from a devil that lost control I hunted. I called it the Fallen Flute. This is a silver flute that looks very ordinary, but once someone blows it, the surrounding living beings will fall into an unavoidable hallucination. Their anger, sadness, pain, greed, vanity, arrogance, melancholy, and other emotions and desires will rapidly swell. They will either detonate their minds, destroy their rationality, or bring about a loss of control. In the vicinity of this fallen flute, other than the wielder, all living beings will have their thinking abilities significantly reduced, making it easy for them to make mistakes. At the same time, the wielder of the flute will be abnormally sensitive to danger. Sometimes they can even foresee things that might threaten their lives a day or two in advance. Wherever this fallen flute is, people's hearts will gradually degenerate. All kinds of desires will take over, and beliefs will be thrown aside. The wielder will also turn a little cold, unable to find normal emotions. The more times it is used, the longer it is carried, and the deeper the level. And this might very well conflict with one's own pathway or corresponding acting, increasing the risk of losing control. After explaining the fourth sealed artifact, Colin Iliad's light blue eyes, which seemed to be filled with stories, turned to look at Derek. "What do you have in mind?" "I need some time to think," Derek answered in a rather practiced manner. "Indeed, this is a very important matter for you. You can't make a rash decision," Colin said with a nod. "In 3 days, we will set off for the afternoon town camp. Tell me the answer before that, and give yourself time to familiarize yourself with the sealed artifact." "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek bowed seriously and left the chief's room. He wasn't in a rush to return home and pray to Mr. Fool. He planned on heading to the training grounds to temper his various Sun Domain theurgical spells. This was a habit that was engraved deep in the blood of everyone in the City of Silver. Only the self-disciplined and the hard-working could survive longer in the desolate and dark lands. In a dark alley in the Bakeland Bridge area, Zio once again saw the golden-masked MI9 member who was clearly kind to her. The judge potion formula might take some time, the golden-masked man took the initiative to say. This was because although the investigation on Zio didn't continue, it wasn't declared to be over. Zio pursed her lips and nodded, as though she had finally made up her mind. "I don't want that formula anymore." "You've given up?" the golden-masked man asked in surprise, but he couldn't hide his joy. Zio didn't directly answer as she turned her head to the side. "I'll exchange all the merit points I've accumulated for gold pounds." After hearing her answer, the golden-masked man nodded in relief. "It's best that you understand. Let bygones be bygones. You, your mother, and brother will have a brand new and beautiful future. Yes, if the merit points you've accumulated are exchanged for gold pounds, it'll be about 2,000 pounds. I'll help you fight for a little more. After that, you can continue being a peripheral member of our MI9. Having an official identity is very useful for unaffiliated Beyonders." Zio fell silent for a few seconds as her lips quivered. "Thank you." She could clearly sense the kindness of the man in front of her, so her thanks came from the bottom of her heart. However, she wouldn't give up. The reason why she chose gold pounds was that she had already reserved the judge potion formula from the world's German sparrow. This crazy adventurer even claimed to have the subsequent disciplinary paladin potion formula. And at the same time, giving up on the surface could help Zio effectively dispel MI9's suspicions. After briefly explaining the progress of the previous commissions, Zio bade farewell to the golden-masked man and left the alley. On Tuesday morning, Furs went out early again and went to the Hat Trick Inn in Sherwood Borough to meet her teacher, Dorian Gray. This is the matters to take note of when exploring the spirit world. This is a portrait of Bootiz. Dorian covered her mouth and yawned. Then, she handed a thick stack of paper to Furs. Furs wasn't in a hurry to read the information as she cast her gaze at the portrait. It was a black-robed man who wasn't 40 years old. His brown hair was slightly curled, but he gave off an abnormally hard feeling. His dark eyes were so deep that they seemed to hide countless things. "This is the Saint of Secrets." Furs rubbed her fingers and used her trickmaster powers to burn the portrait. "Not bad. You're very cautious." Dorian nodded in approval. He then carried his suitcase and said to Furs, "I have to return to Pritz Harbor. Staying in Backland for too long will arouse suspicion." Furs knew that the situation in Bakeland had been tense recently and that she wished for her teacher to leave as soon as possible. Therefore, she didn't hold him back and watched him leave the room. Then, with the help of door opening, she went all the way to the alley behind the inn. Just as she got her bearings and turned into a street, she suddenly saw a man in a black trench coat walk over. The man swept a glance at her before naturally looking away. As for Furs, the muscles on her back suddenly tensed up. Her eyes reflected the man's appearance. He wasn't even 40 years old. His brown hair was slightly curled as though it was abnormally hard. His dark eyes were deep, as though they hid countless things. Chapter 1106. Saint of Secrets Buddhas. Furs had experienced quite a bit recently. She might even have been watched by a king of angels, so she had a rather strong tolerance. At that moment, she didn't show any abnormalities as she naturally retracted her gaze. Without slowing down, she walked towards the man in the black trench coat. After a few steps, the two of them brushed past each other. Did he happen to pass by here because of the attraction between beyonder characteristics? If he knew that teacher was here, he definitely wouldn't be so slow. Instead, he would directly teleport to chase after him. Thankfully, teacher has already boarded a carriage and left the inn. Furza's heart returned to its original position as her tense thoughts relaxed slightly. After taking a few more steps forward, she looked up at the sky, as though to determine if it would rain later. At this moment, a crow flew over from afar and landed on a tree, facing the spot where Furs had just passed. Furs didn't think about the Saint of Secrets Buddhas, as she maintained her previous speed and left the street. As the Aurora Order hadn't held a gathering in Bakeland for a very long time, and their target was a demigod, Furs temporarily didn't have any thoughts of avenging her teacher. Ignoring the problem of her lack of combat strength, just finding and locking onto a secret sorcerer was a difficult task. I'll wait until I become a traveler and have a chance encounter with Buddhas before entrusting Mr. World with the corresponding mission. I'll use this period of time to save up my remuneration. Now I can confirm one thing. The Aurora Order has a saint in Bakeland recently. I can't eliminate the possibility that Buddhas was affected by the attraction between beyonder characteristics during his travels today and accidentally got lost in Bakeland. Furs naturally considered if she should seek the help of German Sparrow from the world. As far as she knew, this gentleman had killed at least 2 demigods with his own hands, and he had only become a demigod for 3 months. Among the upper echelons of the 7 Orthodox churches, there are only about 10 true demigods. According to Mr. World's progress, it'll take him at most 2 years to clear out the powerhouses of a church. Of course, reality isn't such an ideal model. Furs, who had received higher education and worked as a surgeon, gradually let her thoughts wander. She walked to the side of the street and got into a rental carriage. Above the gray fog, there was a small gathering with only son Derek, the hanging man Alger, and world German Sparrow. However, unlike previous similar situations, there was Mr. Fool as a witness this time. This was because Sun's main goal was to figure out which sealed artifact could please this mighty existence and exchange it for the cross left behind by the Creator. At the same time, he also had some questions he wanted to ask Mr. the Hanging Man and Mr. World, so he applied for this private exchange. Sword of Silver Dawn, Twilight Mask, Life's Cane, Fallen Flute. These are all items that have outstanding abilities and negative effect. They need to be sealed. This also means that the City of Silver doesn't have any beyonders of the artisan pathway. All their harvests can only be formed naturally. Even if there's a god-level sealed artifact that can shatter their characteristics, there's no way to reassemble them. As the fool Klein listened to Little Sun's description, he quickly analyzed the pros and cons of different sealed artifacts. The first thing he eliminated was the Twilight Mask. This was because the negative effects of the sealed artifact that originated from the former chief of the City of Silver were too great. Although Klein could get his marionette to wear the mask and cut off the connection to his hearing, thus avoiding the incessant screams and roars, and he didn't have to worry that his marionette, who was essentially his item, would become a slave to the Twilight Mask. If that were to happen, his actual body would become one of the people who died for no apparent reason. Following that, Klein gave up on the Fallen Flute for the same reason. The sealed artifact's ability to predict danger ahead of time was indeed better than the Desire Apostle in Creeping Hunger. It was tempting, but the negative effects weren't that easy to avoid. If Klein's actual body were to use the flute, he would gradually turn cold and lose his normal emotions. This was completely contradictory to his philosophy of using his humanity to resist godhood and maintain balance. And if he were to hand it over to his marionette, his actual body would suffer the obvious decline in the thinking abilities of the surrounding living beings, making it easy for him to make mistakes. This would cause the core advantage of the seer pathway to be lost. In addition, this flute will cause the people in the area to fall into depravity. Desires will flow through them. I don't wish for the people of Buckland Street to become a race of revelers who abandon their morals. When the time comes, who knows how many illegitimate children will be born? I can only consider the sword of Silver Dawn and life's cane. Klein mumbled silently as he quickly chose one of the two. The head sculpture on the sword of Silver Dawn had a living characteristic. To Klein, this meant that he could communicate with it. And as long as he could communicate with it, many of the negative effects would naturally be reduced. As for the height restriction, he could ignore the thickness and just focus on the height. After all, to a clown with extremely good balance, it didn't affect his performance. The problem of life's cane causing the wielder's body to mutate could be avoided by handing it over to his marionette. Once he lost or gained any organs, he could use flower of blood to repair them. As for the surrounding area being filled with vitality and the flourishing of flora and fauna, it wasn't that negative. Since the negative effects of the two sealed artifacts weren't too big of a problem, what he needed to consider was their use. The Sword of Silver Dawn clearly came from a demon hunter of the warrior pathway. Be it in terms of offense or defense, it was rather powerful. Furthermore, it could hide its malice and was good at dealing with devils. As for life's cane, it was good at creating and triggering mutations. It was a rather sinister type. After a few seconds of consideration, the fool Klein spoke in an unhurried manner when Sun asked for an answer, as though he was discussing something ordinary. I'll take the cane. He finally decided on life's cane. In fact, the Sword of Silver Dawn and life's cane each had their own strengths, so it wasn't an easy choice. Klein's final decision was based on an unusual reason. The sinister life's cane was worthy of the adjective mysterious. It could effectively help him act as a bizarro sorcerer and increase the speed at which the potion was digested. Yes, Mr. Fool, Derek replied, unable to hide his joy. This meant that once the sacrificial and bestowment ritual was completed, he would obtain the cross that came from the Creator. After confirming this matter, he cast his gaze at the figure at the bottom of the long bronze table. Mr. World, apart from the complete brain of an adult mind dragon, do you need a high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway? As the matter of the Giant King's Court's secret passageway was shared with him by the world, he could only ask this person and not Mr. Fool. Of course, from Derek's point of view, the world was Mr. Fool's blessed, so his answer represented Mr. Fool's intentions to a certain extent. A high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway. The fool Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, immediately felt a headache as he fell into an intense internal struggle. He could roughly understand the train of thought of the City of Silver's chief. On the one hand, this senior demon hunter hoped to find a bright future through the exploration of the Giant King's Court. On the other hand, he was cautious and didn't have strong expectations. He was prepared to continue holding out in the darkness. Therefore, the reason why he mentioned the plantar potion formula was mainly to see if Mr. Fool had the corresponding authority, or if certain factions he favored needed it. If this could bring about feedback, it would effectively improve the living environment of the City of Silver. And on Klein's side, Frank Lee had recently sent a letter saying that his research was only one step away. Once he became a druid, he should be able to succeed. This made Klein very hesitant about whether he should give him a push. I have no idea what the future will be like. Let's focus on what's in front of me. A sequence 5 Beyonder without any godhood can't do anything too serious. Besides, Ma M. Hermit is already a demigod. She can tell that Frank isn't too much of a problem. Klein thought for a moment and made the world's German sparrow speak. Sequence 5. What if there's a higher one? Sun pressed. Klein felt like he was undergoing a test as he fell silent for a few seconds. If you want to give it to us, that's fine too, all right? Derek didn't ask any further and turned to the person beside him. Mr. Hanged Man, I have a nagging feeling that this matter is a little strange. Why did the chief suddenly mention the high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway? The Hanging Man Alger looked at the world's German sparrow and said, This should be a test by your chief to see if he can change the environment around the City of Silver. I remember you mentioning before that you only know that the goddess of harvest is the queen of the giant king, and according to the Sanguine records, the goddess of harvest's name is Omabella. Your City of Silver originally believed in her. I was originally certain that the name Omabella was real, and I didn't have any inclination towards other theories. Now, your chief suddenly took out a high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway that you previously didn't know about. This makes me suspect that the moon's theory is correct. This means that your City of Silver has, for some reason, hidden the fact that you once believed in the goddess of harvest. You even deliberately didn't mention her true name. There must be quite a big secret hidden in this. It's not a small secret. Derek thought about it seriously, but he couldn't think of any secret. Thankfully, this wasn't something too important to him. He quickly ended the private conversation and returned to the City of Silver to prepare for the exchange of sealed artifacts. Chapter 1107. Above the gray fog, Klein, who was sitting in the fool's seat, beckoned for the unshadowed crucifix. This bronze-green crucifix was tied to an ordinary-looking button, and the surface of the button had a layer of crystalline particles that exuded a heavy and dignified feeling. This was Catlia's judge button. It had been reserved for Zio for 3,500 pounds, so Admiral of Stars had sacrificed it ahead of time to Mr. Fool, asking this mighty existence to get his angels to help him shatter it. And on Monday's tarot, Zio had reserved the judge potion formula for 2,000 pounds. According to the agreement, apart from knowledge, Justice Audrey wasn't to share everything obtained from exploring Roselle's travels. She was only providing free help in the matter of killing Vin Rambus. As for Leonard, he had the right to sell the potion formula and historical knowledge, but clearly Zio trusted the world, German Sparrow. It's almost done. This way, I can safely exchange the unshadowed crucifix with Little Sun. In the future, if there are similar requests, they will definitely be more willing to trade with Little Sun and not seek Mr. Fool's help. No one dares to frequently disturb a secret existence, unless there's really no other way. When Little Sun has the chance to become a demigod and turn the unshadowed crucifix into a Beyonder characteristic, I should also be a Sequence 3. I can use more of the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog to directly shatter the sealed artifact. After the gray fog's disinfection, Adam likely won't be able to use the unshadowed crucifix to lock onto Little Sunday. However, even if he can really find him, it wouldn't be too serious. His brother, Amon, has long known that Little Sun is related to Mr. Fool. Yes, Amon seems to be able to freely enter and exit the forsaken land of the gods. I wonder if Adam can. As Klein separated the unshadowed crucifix from the button that had begun praising Sun, he watched the Beyonder characteristic condense as he waited for Little Sun to hold the sacrificial and bestowment ritual. City of Silver, inside the spire. After setting up the ritual, Derek Berg watched as a puppet formed from black clay approached with a wooden cane that didn't look special. He placed it on the altar. After a serious prayer and some work, the illusory door of sacrifice and bestowment opened and took away life's cane, leaving behind a bronze cross with spikes. At the same time, the name, usage, and negative effects of the cross suddenly appeared in Derek's mind. He held back his excitement and first thanked Mr. Fool before ending the ritual. He walked to the front of the altar, picked up the unshadowed crucifix, and examined it repeatedly. After cleaning up the scene, Derek left and knocked on the chief's door. "Come in," Colin said with a deep voice. Derek turned the doorknob, pushed open the door, and walked in. He calmly displayed the bronze cross. "Your Excellency, this is the relic of the Lord that I mentioned before. It's called the unshadowed crucifix. The way to use it is to let the thorns on it be stained with the blood of the wielder." This time, he purposely changed the term relic to relic. The white-haired Colin had already cast his gaze over when Derek took out the ancient cross. After hearing the introduction, he approached with heavy steps, took the item, and sized it up. Finally, Colin Iliad pressed his thumb on a thorn, letting the bright red blood flow out. The mottled coppery green began to peel off as the unshadowed crucifix revealed a body composed of pure light, illuminating the entire room without any darkness. After an indescribable holy aura filled the surrounding area, Colin released his fingers and sighed. This is indeed the Lord's item. Although it had been more than 2,000 years since the City of Silver had been abandoned, making it impossible for him to sense the aura of a deity, the city still had many items that were used to offer sacrifices to the Creator. Every time the black-faced grass was harvested, they would be invited out to join the ritual. Through comparison with these items, Colin Iliad could almost confirm the origins of the crucifix in his hand. Derek wanted to respond, but the heavy meaning in the chief's words suddenly pressed down on his heart, preventing him from saying a word. Colin Iliad didn't add anything else. He held the unshadowed crucifix and stood silently on the spot. After nearly a minute, the City of Silver's chief broke the silence and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "The return of the Lord's item is a sign. It's a sign that we will be ushering in the light of dawn. Leave this unshadowed crucifix with me for half a day. I need to gather all the elders in the city for a meeting and show them this item. Even I can't casually dispose of a saint-level sealed artifact. Since I've lost life's cane, I have to explain it to the other elders and ask for punishment. You have to remember that as a chief, you have to be decisive in making decisions at the last minute, but you also have to have the courage to shoulder the corresponding responsibility. You can't escape punishment just because you think it's good for the City of Silver. Perhaps you're right this time, but you can't guarantee that you'll be right every time. Don't worry. This unshadowed crucifix will eventually return to you." The chief speaks so profoundly. I'll get Mr. the Hanging Man to explain it to me at the next tarot gathering. Derek instinctively wanted to raise his right hand and scratch the back of his head, but he ultimately held back and informed Colin Iliad of the negative effects of the unshadowed crucifix. Bakeland, North Borough, 160 Buckland Street. Klein had sacrificed Winner and Nooney above the grey fog to keep his marionette fresh. He planned on letting Earl of the Fallen Kona's Kilgore wear the flower of blood ring and wield life's cane. From time to time, he would create a sense of horror and strangeness in his daily life to help him speed up the digestion of the potion. This way, Enuni wouldn't be able to use the flower of blood ring to hide in Kona's stomach. He would have to hide elsewhere. This would be rather troublesome, so it was better to throw him above the grey fog. After all, Klein could create an ordinary marionette at any time if he wanted to. Why does the act of placing a marionette in a fresh-keeping cabinet feel odd? It's not like I'm acting in a horror movie. However, this does match the name of Bizarro Sorcerer. Yes, Zeratul and the angel of the Antigonus family hung their marionettes up to dry. I'm much better than them. After Klein rubbed his chin, he stuffed the ordinary wooden cane into a special cane he had bought through misjudgment. This cane was hollow and could hold a sword that wasn't considered wide. It was perfect for Klein to use to hide life's cane. After he was done with these matters, he got his valet, who appeared to be Enuni but was actually Kona's, to take the cane away. He returned to the room next door, washed up, and got into bed. In his relaxed and beautiful sleep, Klein's spiritual perception was suddenly triggered. He suddenly sat up and cast his gaze at the attached balcony. The curtains weren't drawn completely, allowing him to see the situation outside. Outside the window was a dark green. Branches and vines were everywhere, and flowers were densely packed. It was so dense that Klein suspected that he had been teleported into a forest. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he vaguely guessed what was going on. He got out of bed and quickly walked to the balcony, pulling open the curtains completely. What he saw was no longer the garden of Don Dantes' residence, but a lush forest. This is to fill the surrounding area with vitality. Be it animals or plants, they will flourish and reproduce rapidly? Isn't this a little too fast? Klein's expression immediately turned a little sluggish. Previously, when he divined to confirm the corresponding powers and negative effects of life's cane, he had seen a similar scene. However, the revelation he received was that it wasn't harmful to the surroundings. Therefore, he believed that growth and reproduction was a relatively long cycle that could be effectively controlled. He had to indulge it for a very, very long time before such a scene would appear. With this thought in mind, Klein observed all the spirit body threads in the nearby area. He discovered that humans weren't affected, but there was a clear increase in rats and cockroaches. This outcome made him heave a sigh of relief. He looked at the forest outside the window and sighed silently. There really isn't any harm. It's just a little exaggerated. Most of the time, I still have to place it above the gray fog. About 10 seconds later, figures appeared in the forest. Some of them were very thin, while others were rather thick. They were wearing black trench coats, and their faces were extremely flat. They had no eyebrows, eyes, noses, or mouth. These figures were either squatting or standing. In the quiet night, they busied themselves by burning the weeds, slashing the vines, and plucking the excess flowers. The next morning, Butler Walter woke up early as usual and pushed open the windows. The garden outside was bathed in the morning fog. Droplets of dew condensed, emitting an abnormally fresh smell. Better than yesterday. Walter nodded slightly and praised the two gardeners. This vibrant scene made him feel a little restless. For some baffling reason, he missed his wife. Hence, he left the room, patrolled the area, and made all sorts of arrangements. Finally, he waited at the entrance of the dining hall. Before long, his employer, Don Dantes, walked down from the 3rd floor with his valet, Anuni. Walter went forward and bowed. He explained the arrangements for the day and took the initiative to mention, "Sir, I wish to use a day of leave for this month." As he spoke, he suddenly saw the skin on the mixed-blood valet's neck crack open, revealing a black eye. Walter jumped in fright and nearly took a step back. However, after blinking, he realized that there was no strange eye on Anuni's neck. "It must be because I didn't sleep well last night and had some strange dreams that caused me to lose focus and hallucinate." Walter hurriedly reined in his thoughts and lowered his head slightly. Klein apologized inwardly and nodded slightly. "No problem. Enjoy a beautiful day with your family. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. PS2. Recommending a book, New Theory of the Apotheosis of the Gods. It has nothing to do with the primordial chaos. It's a self-reconstructed story of the apotheosis of the gods. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1108. After watching Walter leave the 2nd floor, Klein entered the dining hall and surveyed the area. He realized that the servants were much more energetic than usual. They even felt a little restless. Indeed, life's cane can also affect humans. It's just that it's relatively less exaggerated. It's in a relatively normal and acceptable range. According to this logic, the servants' reproductive abilities have definitely increased. The only problem is that they don't have a spouse, so there's no way for it to manifest itself. Will Mr. Butler's return today result in him having a child 9 to 10 months later? His wife is almost 40. It's a little dangerous to give birth in this era. Of course, as the other party of reproduction, the effects of life's cane will spread. It shouldn't be a problem, man. I wonder if the potential effects will make it easier to conceive a child. If the fertility rate in Buckland Street increases significantly after Don Dantes moves in, my reputation will be doomed. Klein's thoughts wandered as he concluded inwardly. Life's cane is indeed very sinister. In the future, I'll only use it in the real world for a period of time every day. I'll try my best not to affect the humans around me. After breakfast, Klein brought his valet, Anuni, to the first floor and prepared to go out for a stroll. At that moment, 2 second-class maids were cleaning the hall. "Good morning, sir." Upon seeing Don Dantes walk over, the 2 maids immediately stood up and made way for him while greeting him. Of course, if they were in a corner, they would try their best not to make a sound to prevent disturbing their employer. This was what Butler Walter had taught them. Klein nodded slightly and gave a simple response before slowly approaching the door. At that moment, the 2 maids suddenly saw a wheat ear stuck in Anuni's head. It was plump and golden in color. Before they could take a closer look, the valet seemed to sense something amiss. He raised his right hand and pulled off the wheat ear with some force. The 2 maids looked at each other, a little surprised but also a little amused. They believed that Anuni had accidentally stained some wheat ears on his body when he followed Mr. Dantes to Mager Manor. He had brought them all the way back to 160 Buckland Street and scattered them in places in his room that weren't easy to clean, such as under his pillow. Then, last night, when he was sleeping, he had pushed his pillow away in his dream, causing a wheat ear to roll into his hair. He didn't notice it when he was washing up during breakfast. Although this process was complicated and not easy to achieve, at least there was a certain probability. It can't be that Anuni grew a wheat ear on his own, right? The 2 maids mumbled and continued with their work. After leaving 160 Buckland Street, Klein and Anuni walked slowly under the withered Intis parasol tree, breathing in the relatively refreshing autumn air. Similar to him, some of the neighbors were also taking a morning stroll. Of course, this wasn't a habit of Baekeland's upper class. Last year, the smog was still very bad and the air was rather pungent. No one was willing to waste time on the streets while enduring the cold wind and the humidity. As neighbors, since they had encountered each other, there was no doubt that they would greet each other. When they passed by each other, a lawyer caught sight of Don Dantes's valet raising his hand to cover his mouth and nose as though he was yawning. When the mixed-blood youth lowered his right hand, the lawyer suddenly noticed something different. "His nose seems to be even straighter, haha, I must have been thinking about this too much, causing me to hallucinate. If only my nose bridge was a little straighter," as the lawyer thought. He raised his hand to rub his nose. At the same time, he saw 2 stray dogs chasing in front of him, attempting to breed on the street. After his stroll, Klein returned to the activity room on the 3rd floor and placed Life's cane above the gray fog. It does have a certain effect. The main point of a bizarro sorcerer's digestion is to create terrifying scenes to scare people, as well as to use strange methods to make people feel fear. This is really like a director, but it's a horror film director. Yes, there's no need to really scare people. There are terrifying scenes hidden in a peaceful daily life, and the humans around me don't notice them. They will only occasionally connect the dots and think deeply about it. They will be terrified by a certain possibility, so much so that they don't dare to turn off the lights and have nightmares. This is also a type of horror film. Klein examined his condition and summarized his experiences over the past few months. Finally, he condensed the keyword horror film director. And after understanding this point, he had many ideas on how to quickly digest the potion. This required him to not only finish off his enemies, but also give them the treatment of a horror film's main character or important supporting character. That's very troublesome. I'll definitely do my best against a demigod target. How can I have the mood to be fancy? Yes, there's no need to find a demigod target. There's no such restriction when acting. I can totally teleport to the sea and find some lucky pirates to act in and create some horror stories. That's right. Since I'm a director, I have to let my work be passed down. From the looks of it, I have to let a number of actors successfully escape every time and spread the nightmares they experience to create the corresponding sea legend. I can't feed them all to creeping hunger. As Klein formulated his plan, he suddenly thought of a problem. How many of the horror legends in the northern continent and the sea that have a certain foundation are deliberately created by bizarro sorcerers? There must be some. If Amon were to act as a bizarro sorcerer, he would probably be able to digest the potion in less than a month. His talent in this aspect is simply astonishing. He doesn't consider the consequences. In fact, while finding pirates to film a horror film, I can also find an opportunity to scare the other demigods. There's no need to fight them to the death. Once the goal is achieved, I can escape. Klein's thoughts raced as he came up with a supplementary acting plan. Hence, he seriously considered his target. I definitely can't find angels and above. Those I'm not familiar with will make me the protagonist of a horror film on the spot, the kind that will kill me. Those I'm familiar with will know that I'm a bizarro sorcerer, so they won't be able to scare me. Among the saints, there are many whose whereabouts I don't know. Scaring the archbishops will easily cause an unnecessary chain reaction, causing the situation in the world to become even more tense, causing the war to break out ahead of time. After eliminating them, the most suitable targets are actually the fanatic demigod of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction, Patrick Bryan, as well as Will Ausepton, the counselors of the Fate Council, and after drafting the list, Klein decided to take the time to visit Dr. Alan Series in the next 2 days. He wanted to bring some ice cream for a particular baby and ask where the counselors had been recently. If he wanted to scare the subordinates of others, he needed the approval of the chairman. After sorting out his thoughts, Klein was in a good mood. He went out again and went to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray and donate. Then, he went to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation and stayed there until noon. In the afternoon, he met a few businessmen, professional lawyers, and accountants who were seeking investments, behaving like a normal tycoon. After filling his stomach and returning to the semi-open room with the balcony, Klein was considering if he should directly visit Dr. Alan Series's house tomorrow or invite his family to share dinner at the Srenzo restaurant, which had very good ice cream. Suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered. He turned his head and wasn't surprised to see Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands. One of the heads was biting on a letter. Who sent it? Klein was already used to it and asked in anticipation. As he hadn't received the letter, Rionette Tinker could only reply with 3 heads. Fool. King. King Patrick Bryan? This nickname can even evolve? Klein reached out to take the letter and opened it. He realized that it was indeed from the fanatic demigod of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction. He wrote in the letter, "I've already prepared the special ritual that will help my teacher, Hater, further recover. Your Excellency, if I receive your permission, I'll hold it at midnight tomorrow. The ritual that points to the angel, Hater? There's no way for the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction to avoid Patrick's probing. I can use paper angels to interfere." Perfect. Klein flicked his wrist and burned the letter. Then, he took out a piece of paper and wrote his reply. Sure. You have to be careful. On a quiet night, when it was close to midnight, in an uninhabited garment factory in St. George Borough, an empty space had been cleared, and there were nearly 10 mysterious men in black robes and hoods standing there. In the middle of them was a dark black coffin that looked rather heavy. Around the coffin were many golden ornaments with traces of soil, many candles with pale flames flickering, and skulls. Some of these hideous white skulls belonged to humans, while others belonged to animals. Some were extremely strange and looked deformed, making it impossible to imagine what they originally looked like. The skulls were piled up the most in front of them. Patrick Bryan was standing there. He had also changed into a black robe, but he didn't pull up his hood, revealing his chiseled features, black hair, brown eyes, and a relatively long and thin face. The demigod had yet to do anything, but the surroundings had already become extremely cold, as if there were countless invisible creatures having a carnival. As Patrick Bryan raised his right hand, the hooded believers began to twitch a little in a rather deranged and rhythmic dance. This was a spirit dance, a ritual method that death loved. The stronger the dancer's spirituality, the better the effect. As the dance became more intense, a cold, invisible wind blew out from the coffin. Patrick Bryan lowered his head and chanted in a language that seemed to come from the underworld, "The king in the depths of hell, the angel who plays the music of death, the ruler above the river Styx. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday." Chapter 1109. With Patrick Bryan's chanting, the various skulls around the black coffin were gradually dyed with a layer of dark green. They blended with the white of the coffin, creating an extremely terrifying feeling. The spirit dance became more and more intense as the voice that seemed to originate from the underworld constantly reverberated. The skulls floated up one after another as though they possessed a life of their own. Then they were thrown towards the heavy, pitch-black coffin in an orderly fashion. They passed through the lid as though they didn't have a corporeal body and entered. The coffin immediately transformed into a deep vortex that could never be filled. It expanded on the spot and emitted an aura that was cold, sinister, and supreme. It made Patrick Bryan instinctively tremble and lower his head. This was the aura of an angel, a death consul. At that moment, the death believers who were dancing the spirit dance convulsed as they collapsed to the ground. Their consciousness turned blurry as though they were roaming the underworld. And above the gray fog, the fool Klein, who had expanded his vision with the help of his marionette's prayer light, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was because the leader of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction, the angel sleeping in the mausoleum, High Priest Hader, had used a probing method that didn't exceed his expectations. He had used the enslavement and control that a superior of the death pathway had over an inferior to directly obtain the information he wanted from Patrick Bryan. To a certain extent, this was a form of interrogation at the level of the mind. Klein was already rather adept at dealing with it. He immediately made the red priest card fly into his hand and into his body. Suddenly, Klein was draped in a dark red robe that was formed from blood, rust, and smoke. His face had an additional dark gold mask with ancient patterns, and a crown embedded with red, blue, and green gems appeared on his head. Following that, he mobilized all the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog, turning them into an invisible torrent that surrounded the paper figurines that he had prepared ahead of time. Through the prayer light, they rushed towards undying Patrick Bryan. At that moment, Patrick, who was trembling in submission due to his teacher's aura, trembled slightly as though he had seen layers of holy wings. Klein had hidden the flaming angel's exact appearance, only revealing a portion of it. In other words, he had interfered with the special effects himself. Holy wings enveloped him before disappearing, making Patrick feel as though he was hallucinating. As a Sequence 4 demigod, he quickly snapped to his senses and realized that he no longer wanted to obey or disobey his teacher's orders. A portion of his consciousness seemed to be extracted as he hovered high above the mind world, calmly looking down at everything. At the same time, as a fanatic, Patrick Bryan didn't hesitate to treat Angel's embrace as a gift from death. He didn't doubt it at all. At this moment, in the deep vortex formed by the pitch-black coffin, an old and cold voice that made one's soul feel like it was about to leave their body came out. "Well done. Have you made any progress in awakening God recently?" Patrick Bryan immediately followed the explanation given by His Excellency's blessed and described his efforts with half-truths. After a series of exchanges, Hader, the angel of death on the other side of the vortex, didn't have any suspicions. "Very good. Continue to do it. I will support you." He paused for a moment and casually mentioned, "Very good. I'll send you an assistant first, a Sequence 5 spirit guide. Get him to help you complete the corresponding tasks and reduce the pressure on you. Is this what His Excellency's blessed meant when he said he didn't trust me? Teacher really doesn't wish to see me gain God's favor and threaten his position. Having been influenced by Klein in their daily correspondence, Patrick Bryan, who had slowly changed his perception, couldn't reject such good intentions. All he could do was respectfully reply, "Yes, teacher." Just as he said that, the pitch-black vortex suddenly expanded, turning into a pair of bronze doors covered in mysterious patterns that were indescribable. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a crack. Behind the crack was a deep and silent darkness. In the depths of the darkness, there seemed to be eyes that were silently watching the outside. At this moment, a palm reached out and placed on the crack of the door. Its skin was rather pale, and one could see the blue blood vessels beneath it. With a grab and pull, a figure jumped out of the door. It was a tall, young-looking man. He wore a black robe with red patterns and had his hood pulled up. The lines of his face were soft and his skin was brown. It was obvious that he was of the southern continent bloodline. His facial features weren't bad, but they lacked the color of blood. Stepping on the solid ground, the young man didn't even look at Patrick Bryan. He raised his head and looked into the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he narrowed his eyes and sighed. This is an intoxicating atmosphere. As a beyonder of the death pathway, Patrick Bryan was undoubtedly a little angry to be ignored by a beyonder of a lower sequence. However, he couldn't say anything in front of his teacher. All he could do was follow the procedure and end the ritual step by step. During this process, the fool Klein's reaction above the gray fog was even more intense than Patrick's. This was because, through the true vision provided by the gray fog, he saw the abnormality of the newly arrived spirit guide. The spirit guide's personal underworld expanded in a strange manner, encompassing every part of his body. And there was only one soul in the underworld. It was a young and handsome soul with a head of red hair and a rotting face. There was a flag mark on its glabella, and it wore blood-stained black armor. Klein was no stranger to this soul, so he immediately recognized it. The Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. This fellow has returned to Bakeland. Furthermore, he has a certain cooperative relationship with the Angel of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction. Klein instinctively took out the Red Priest card, accommodated the Tyrant card, and summoned the Sea God Scepter. He was prepared to give the Red Angel evil spirit a lightning storm, but as his thoughts raced, he restrained this urge and gave up on the corresponding thoughts. This would expose Patrick Bryan's problem, allowing the Angel of the Death domain, Hader, to guess that something had happened to artificial death. This wasn't beneficial to the Evernight Goddess's grasp and digestion of the death pathway's uniqueness. Amidst his thoughts, Klein quickly left the world above the gray fog and returned to the real world. He made his marionette silently but quickly leave the garment factory and teleport away with his main body. He had originally planned on creating a terrifying experience for Patrick Bryan after the ritual ended, and he had made some preparations in advance. At that moment, he could only give up to prevent himself from being discovered by the Red Angel evil spirit. In the garment factory, the young necromancer who was possessed by Sauron Einhorn Medici pulled his hood even lower. He turned his head slightly and looked somewhere outside. It was the spot where Klein's marionette, Konas Kilgore, had been hiding. It was nearly a kilometer away from the garment factory. After gazing at him for a few seconds, the young necromancer put on a faint smile. Patrick Bryan was just about to say something and use his identity as the person in charge of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction, Bakeland, to give his teacher's envoy a warning when his spiritual perception was triggered. His body turned around in a strange manner as he cast his gaze at another building in the garment factory. On the second floor of the building, behind a glass window in a room, a pair of emotionless black eyes were staring at him. Patrick Bryan's eyelids twitched as his body suddenly vanished. A cold wind blew, causing the glass window to silently decay. Without any movement, it shattered into countless snowflakes. In the corresponding room, the black-robed, thin-faced Patrick appeared. He saw that the owner of the pair of cold black eyes was a crudely made clay figurine. Who made the puppet? Who moved it here? Patrick Bryan cautiously looked around, not letting go of any corner. Just as he cast his gaze towards the corridor and his body was facing the glassless window, the crude clay figurine's pitch-black eyes suddenly turned. Then, it raised its hands and grabbed at Patrick's neck. Halfway through this action, the clay figurine seemed to lose its support and no longer had any vitality. Many cracks appeared on its surface, and it instantly disintegrated into a pile of fragments. Patrick Bryan's figure first vanished before he appeared in the corridor. He stared at the collapsed clay figurine as though he was facing a formidable foe. In that instant, he had truly jumped in fright. Although there were all sorts of strange and horrifying things related to spirits, it was still rather terrifying for a puppet to suddenly come to life without the influence of an external spirit body. The clay figurine's fragments lay there silently, motionless. Patrick Bryan waited patiently for a while before finally confirming that there were no abnormalities. He once again traversed the spirit world and returned to the place where the ritual had been held. At that moment, the heavy, pitch-black coffin had completely rotted, as though it had been buried in the soil for hundreds or thousands of years. As for the surrounding believers who sensed the underworld, they slowly recovered from their semi-conscious state. Patrick Bryan looked around a few times, but he didn't see the young spirit guide his teacher had sent. He had no idea when he had left the area. Wasn't he here to monitor me? This demigod of the death pathway was at a loss. Considering the abnormality he had just discovered, the living clay figurine, Patrick Bryan didn't delay any further. He quickly awakened his believers, cleaned up the scene, and removed all traces. After he was done, he suddenly heard a voice. "Does this garment factory belong to you?" Patrick Bryan's figure instantly vanished, and when he appeared again, he was already facing the person who spoke. It was the young spirit guide who had disappeared to who knew where. "No," Patrick said with a slight frown. "How could he do such things in his own clothing factory? Wouldn't there be no way out if he was exposed?" "He's not too stupid." The young spirit guide nodded gently. Patrick's eyes narrowed slightly as he held back his anger. "Where did you go just now?" The young spirit guide chuckled. "I went to a familiar place and met a friend." Chapter 11:10. 160 Buckland Street, Don Dantes' residence. After Klein took a detour and teleported back, he didn't delay. He immediately set up an altar, held a ritual, and prayed to death. "You are the essence of death. You are the ruler of the dead. You are the final destination of all living beings. I pray for your help. I pray that you can know how to resolve the problem of the Red Angel evil spirit." He possessed the body of a gatekeeper and cooperated with the high priest of the charismatic order, Hayter. He came to Bakeland and became Patrick Bryan's assistant. On this matter, Klein really had no solution. All he could do was seek help from the Evernight goddess. Ignoring the fact that he didn't have the ability or opportunity to kill Sauron Einhorn Medici by cooperating with the ascetic leader, Ariana, even if he could, once the Red Angel evil spirit disappeared, the high priest of the charismatic order's artificial death faction would immediately realize that something major had happened. From there, he would associate it with other abnormalities and determine that artificial death's condition wasn't right. Then, he would use his level, possible sealed artifacts, and familiarity with the pathway to carry out acts of destruction that wouldn't benefit anyone. And if the Red Angel was left alone, it wouldn't take long for this conspirer evil spirit to sense that something was amiss with Patrick Bryan. With his knowledge and intelligence, it wasn't difficult for him to guess the essence of the problem. No matter how I deal with it, it's a mistake. as expected of an angel from the war domain. Even if he is only left with a 3-in-1 spirit body, he can still prevent others from finding a solution to the problem he created. This must have been an idea he gave Hader. Actually, there's an extreme idea. It's to let the Red Angel evil spirit be killed by other churches, official factions, or secret organizations because of other matters. In short, nothing related to the goddess can appear. I have to make things clear. The difficulty of this idea is how to make a high-level figure in the field of conspiracies jump into a trap. If I don't handle it well, the fire will burn me. After the prayer, Klein casually let his thoughts wander as he patiently waited for the Evernight goddess to give him feedback. After more than 10 seconds, the herbal ashes that pleased the deity were swept up by an invisible wind. They flew out of the cauldron and landed on the table, forming words. With his arrival, the land shall rise with weapons. What did that mean? Klein looked at the familiar sentence and frowned slightly. As a seer, he had a habit of interpreting it. Because of the problem with the king, Rouen was in the shadow of war, so the Red Angel, who symbolized war, came. This meant that the war might be unstoppable. At sequence 1, it would become a symbol in itself. As thoughts raced through Klein's mind, the invisible wind stopped. The interior of the altar that was isolated by the wall of spirituality became extremely quiet. Are there no other revelations? Klein waited for a while, and after confirming that it was really just that, he ended the ceremony and cleaned up the altar. He then walked to the sofa area in the room and sat down to see if anything else would happen. And after a full quarter of an hour, he still did not see the dean of the Night Monastery, the head of the 13 archbishops, the angel of concealment, Ariana. There's no need to deal with the Red Angel evil spirit. Are we just going to let it go? Or is there another solution that doesn't require me to get involved? Klein wasn't a devout believer of Evernight. Since the goddess said that he didn't need to do anything about it, he naturally couldn't be bothered. After all, this matter was not only extremely troublesome for him, but it was also very dangerous. Shaking his head, Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and began doing dream divination. What happened tonight made him instinctively feel that he couldn't waste a single moment. He had to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion as soon as possible. Above the fog sea, inside a steam-powered merchant ship that was extremely close to the pirate ship, men and older women were pushed to the edge of the deck with their hands tied behind their back. Then, the pirates used their hands or feet to make them fall into the sea. Splashing sounds sounded one after another, but the pirates weren't affected at all. They laughed as they completed the bloodless massacre. After clearing the predetermined captives, they held their guns and lanterns and went to the side of the ship, prepared to watch the pitiful wretches struggle. However, under the illumination of the lanterns, the dark blue sea beside the ship quietly undulated without a single figure. "It sank so quickly?" a pirate blurted out in surprise. The leader of the pirate crew frowned and looked for a while. Perhaps some sea monster passed by and treated those who dared to resist as food bestowed by the gods. "It's perfect. It won't attack us after being fed." Having said that, the leader waved his hand. "Everyone, enjoy yourselves." As a rather experienced pirate, he knew that there were many strange things at sea. When faced with them, it was best not to seek out the reason and attempt to figure out the truth. Since it didn't harm him or his companions, he could thank the Lord of Storms for his blessings and pretend that nothing had happened. After confirming the people on duty, the pirates began to gulp down alcohol, eat large pieces of meat, and sing loudly. For the right to control the young female captives, they drew their swords and dueled. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, the pirate leader brought a beautiful passenger he had long taken a fancy to and entered the captain's room. He couldn't wait to begin the final process of the night of revelry. In the middle of the night, the exhausted pirate leader stretched out his right hand and touched something cold. The pirate leader jolted awake. With the help of the crimson moonlight shining in from the window, he saw that he was hugging a piece of rough wood. Branches with green leaves grew out of the wood, hugging the pirate leader like a human's limbs. But the pirate leader's pupils dilated rapidly. As he pushed the wood away, he jumped off the bed and stumbled backwards. Was I dealing with such a thing just now? His mind was filled with horror. Without bothering to put on his clothes, he picked up his gun and saber and left the room. Outside the door, there was a pirate on duty. "Eavesdropping, why are you so happy?" the pirate hurriedly asked when he saw the leader open the door. The pirate leader originally wanted to reprimand the other party for secretly drinking, causing his words to be slurred. However, when he looked up, he saw golden wheat grains growing in and around his subordinate's mouth. Even the surface of his tongue was densely packed with them. The pirate leader's scalp instantly tightened as a numbness spread from top to bottom, merging with a chill that went straight to his tailbone. At this moment, the door to the opposite room opened as well. A pirate cried out in a sobbing tone. A pirate shouted with a sobbing tone, "Oh no!" A pirate shouted with a sobbing tone, "Boss, I have a lot of mushrooms growing there." As he spoke, the pirate ran out. At the same time, he felt his eyes itch, so he raised his hand and rubbed his right eye. As he rubbed it, a green vine slowly grew out from the gap between his eye socket and eyeball. At its top was a dark red grape. The flesh around the grape was a mess. The pirate leader's body stiffened as he asked in a voice that didn't belong to him, "What did you encounter?" The pirate, who was still rubbing his eyes and didn't feel that there was a problem, didn't need to recall. He directly said, "A shadow that looked like a long rod struck me." "You." The pirate, whose tongue was covered in golden wheat, echoed. He was blocked by the leader and didn't see his companion's terrifying appearance. The pirate leader's legs began to shake uncontrollably as he instinctively turned around and ran out of the cabin. At this moment, he saw a long shadow that resembled a rod rapidly sweep over from the side wall and strike him. The shadow disappeared in a flash, disappearing without a trace. It was like a surreal nightmare. The pirate leader was a beat too slow before he subconsciously raised his hand in an attempt to block it. Of course, it was useless. Then, he hurriedly checked his condition in horror, but he didn't find anything abnormal. Thankfully, the pirate leader couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard a slightly muffled voice. Thankfully, the voice seemed to come from his body. The pirate leader's pupils dilated to the extreme as his hands uncontrollably lifted his clothes. He then saw 3 cracks in his chest and abdomen, 1 big and 2 small. In the big one, there were 2 neat rows of white teeth. In the middle of the small one were 2 nimble rolling eyeballs. It was a mouth and 2 eyes. The pirate leader's chest and abdomen had an additional mouth and 2 eyes. No. A blood-curdling scream erupted on the ship, carrying with it an indescribable, intense fear. In the next 15 minutes, some of the pirates went crazy and killed their companions. Some successfully escaped back to their own ships, only to realize that the people on them had also become deformed. Hence, they jumped into the sea in despair. After everything calmed down, there were only about 10 relatively normal pirates left on the deck. They hid in their rooms, their bodies reeking of stench. After a while, passengers walked out of the cabin one after another. Not a single one was missing. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They either thanked the gods or stood rooted to the ground in confusion. Early in the morning, Klein got out of bed and began washing up. Just as he changed his clothes with the help of his valet and Nooney, he saw butler Walter, who had returned from leave, walk to the door. "Sir, Bishop Electra is here to visit. Let him wait for me in the activity room where he can enjoy cigars," Klein said after a moment of surprise. He suspected that this was a belated response from the goddess. Walter immediately turned around and went downstairs to make the arrangements. Before long, he returned and said, "Sir, Bishop Electra has already bade farewell and left. He got me to inform you that you have to go to St. Samuel Cathedral this morning. It's said that the church and the government will be holding an air defense exercise. Air defense drill? Klein's brows furrowed a little. At that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered. He suddenly turned around and looked out the window. In the sky where the clouds weren't thin, airships painted in dark brown were approaching in a dense pack. These airships were painted with diagonal stripes of red, white, and yellow. This was the flag of Fasak. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly understood what he had overlooked. The war wasn't necessarily started by the Rouen kingdom. An ancient and secretive organization definitely had members with high statuses in other countries. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to influence the situation in the world. Chapter 11:11. Although the Sonia Sea wasn't like the Fog Sea, which often had a lot of fog, the northern region would still be filled with fog from time to time in the early morning of every autumn and winter. Alger Wilson's Blue Avenger was sailing in such an environment, following the borders of Sonia Island back to the coast of Rouen. He had stayed in the northern Sonia Sea for too long, so he had to return for a debriefing. In the pale white fog, the ghost ship quietly advanced, appearing and disappearing from time to time, as though it was a dream that didn't leave any traces. Alger was surrounded by the wind as he stood in front of the window, admiring the white world outside. He allowed his thoughts to wander in different directions without restraint. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and some silvery white light flashed in his pupils. He saw a huge ship with a sail silently sailing through the fog in the distance. This ship wasn't alone. Behind it were many of its kind. 1, 2, 3. They formed a long fleet. Fasak Sonia Sea Fleet. They've all been mobilized. Where are they going? Alger's feet suddenly landed on the deck. His gaze then turned to the other side, where Sonia Island was located. After all the exchanges on the Tarot, Alger had already confirmed that the world was in a tense situation. War was about to break out at any moment. At that moment, he made the connection and had a certain guess. To the Fasak Empire and the Kingdom of Rouen, Sonia Island was a very important place. If it were occupied by Rouen, the Fasak Eastern Navy would be stuck in the cold north, unable to vie for the various colonial islands in the Sonia Sea and unable to head to East Balam. At the same time, if they wanted to threaten the hinterland of Rouen, they had to cross the Amantha mountain range or cross mid-seashore, passing through the defenses of several counties. It was very, very difficult, and if Sonia Island was occupied by the Fasak Empire, all the ports in the north and center of Rouen would be within range of attack from here, including but not limited to Enmat Harbor and Pritz Harbor. If the Fasak commander was a little bolder and didn't care about the losses, they could even directly target the Rouen capital, Bakeland, which wasn't far from the port. It was precisely because of this that the 20-year war erupted between the two countries. The Fasak Empire emerged victorious and obtained the crucial southern passageway. In the War of the Violated Oath, Rouen won the war, but they failed to take back their territory. They only achieved half of their strategic goals. Alger stared at it for a while and whispered with a serious expression, "Is war about to break out?" In Bakeland, a large number of Fasak airships entered from the north and arrived above the metropolis. Just as they approached, the Holy Wind Cathedral and other places seemed to be prepared. The howling of the wind suddenly intensified, transforming into bluish-black blades that whistled towards the target like cannonballs being fired into the air. Just as the giant blades were about to slash at the airship fleet's airbags, an invisible layer of defense appeared, blocking all the attack. Under the violent blows, the transparent wall began to sway, but in the end it still managed to hold on. At the same time, the cannons, machine gun muzzles, and throwing ports on the airships opened up one after another as they aimed downwards. Bang! As a hurricane formed around the Holy Wind Cathedral, explosive sounds spread out in all directions. In such a terrifying storm, the airships were like ships sailing in the sea. They rose and fell amidst the mountain-like waves, about to be thrown into the distance. At this moment, on the leading airship, a glow that resembled a mixture of blood and rust flashed. It enveloped all its companions and connected them one by one. Suddenly, the Faceac airship fleet stabilized in the hurricane, no longer looking like a tiny ship in a huge wave. The high-level powers of the Red Priest pathway belonged to war, and war was an art of gathering the masses. This was the authority of a war bishop. After the Faceac fended off this wave of attacks, they pushed the bombs out of the throwing ports before the rest of the attacks arrived, allowing them to land. And in the hurricane, the trajectory of these bombs became unpredictable. Boom! Boom! The corresponding cannon muzzles also flashed with sparks as they displayed the joy of the god of war. The airship fleet didn't attempt to cross Bakeland. After entering Northborough, they immediately turned to Westborough. That was the political center of the Rouen Kingdom. Northborough, Bakeland University of Technology. The withered leaves of the parasol tree with intis fluttered in the wind. Students were either carrying books or bags as they walked around the campus. As members of a higher education institution, as the first batch of students of this newly established university, these young people were filled with vigor and yearned for the future. Every day they would gather together to discuss their ideals, recite poems, and research technology. They were pure and happy. Melissa Moretti walked in the middle of them and looked up at the wall clock at the top of the main teaching block. Her footsteps involuntarily quickened. Today, she was going to Chancellor Mament's place to help with the preparations for the mechanical laboratory that was about to be announced. This was something that she liked and was very interested in. It made her feel happy every day. She felt that school life was beautiful and that her classmates were adorable. Subconsciously, Melissa looked at the steam locomotive in the middle of the square. Its massive and complicated body showcased the infinite charm of the mechanical domain. Quite a number of students liked to gather there, knock, and study the structure. However, the school did not encourage this, nor did it forbid it. The corners of Melissa's mouth curled up into a smile as she was about to look away. Suddenly, an iron-gray object fell from the sky and landed in the middle of the square. Boom! The ground trembled violently as all the glass in the main teaching block shattered. If Melissa wasn't far away, she might have been flipped over by the shockwave. Countless screams sounded. Like the other students, Melissa fled in panic, not knowing what had happened. After all, she was only 16 or 17 years old. She had never experienced such a scene before. The billowing smoke and dust gradually settled. Melissa, who was hiding behind a tree, subconsciously cast her gaze at the spot where the explosion had occurred. Her expression froze in an instant, and her gaze became dull. The steam locomotive had already been torn to pieces, and its parts and fragments were scattered everywhere. Some of the students around and passing by were already lying on the ground with mutilated bodies. They were no longer breathing. Some were covered in blood and had charred marks on their bodies. They were still moaning in pain. Such a scene was like an oil painting. It was so unrealistic. Melissa stared blankly, momentarily unable to react. Carter, a male classmate she knew who was very research-minded. Every time they discussed, he would confidently say that he wanted to become a ship engineer. But now, only half of his body was left, and his intestines were flowing all over the ground. Eudora, her classmate from the same faculty, clearly studied machinery, but she loved poetry. She was quite talented in this aspect and was very popular with the people around her. Sometimes, Melissa would also participate in their gatherings and quietly listen to Eudora's recitation. She felt that she was really a charming girl. But now, one of her legs was badly mutilated, and she was moaning in a semi-conscious state. In just a few seconds, the future of these people had been cruelly changed. It wasn't until many teachers rushed out of the teaching block and began to rescue the injured and organize the evacuation of the students that Melissa woke up and hurriedly approached the teachers. "Listen to me. Split into two groups. One group will go to the laboratory and the other group will go to Teeny's Cathedral. They both have underground areas that you can hide in. Although one of the teacher's face was also filled with horror, he still calmed down and made arrangements in a clear and loud voice. He seemed to have received special training. He looked around and saw that the students still didn't dare to leave the teacher's side. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry too much. The enemy's airship has already turned around and is heading to Westboro. There's no danger here." Following his words were the rumbling sounds of explosions coming from the southwest. Westboro, the kingdom's upper and lower parliaments, various departments, and the city hall are all there. When Melissa heard the teacher's words, she immediately thought of many things. As her eyes flickered, she suddenly pursed her lips and turned to run to the school gate, ignoring the teacher's shouts behind her. Following the concealed area, Melissa quickly arrived on the street. She panted heavily and looked around to identify the direction. At this moment, she saw the nearby subway entrance. Although she was flustered, she still remembered what the teacher had said. "There's an underground area to hide in. Isn't the subway underground?" The bombing had just begun, so the subway shouldn't have stopped operating yet. As Melissa's thoughts raced, she rushed to the entrance that had traces of being bombed. When she entered the underground, she found that there weren't as many people as she had expected. Most ordinary people who hadn't received any training wouldn't have thought of hiding here. The subway had indeed not stopped operating, but no one checked the ticket. Melissa, who had been waiting for a while, ran up with her mouth tightly pursed, her face full of anxiety. 3 stops later, the subway stopped at Kings Avenue. Melissa squeezed through the crowd and rushed out of the car. Her strength had already recovered. She ran faster and faster along the stairs, and soon she came to the surface. At this moment it was chaos everywhere she looked. Many buildings had collapsed and were burning with scarlet flames. Broken limbs, the dead, and blood were everywhere. Shouts, screams, and orders came one after another. Seeing this scene, Melissa became even more anxious. She tried to run to the 4-story building where the kingdom's Ministry of Finance was located. However, the place was already sealed off. She could see that the glass was broken, and the walls were densely packed with bullet holes. There were still traces of explosions in some places. Melissa went around the blockade and tried to enter, but she was blocked by the soldiers who were maintaining order. She became more and more anxious, and her eyes were already slightly red. At this moment, she saw a familiar figure. It was Banson without a hat, with black hair and brown eyes. As soon as Banson saw Melissa, he immediately came over. The anxiety on his face eased, and anger appeared. He shouted, "Why did you run over here? Why didn't you hide underground? I'm very safe here. Quick, follow me over there." "You didn't go underground either." Melissa, who had never been shouted at by her brother like this, wanted to reply, but her vision was already blurred. "Phew!" After shouting, Banson let out a breath and softened his tone. "It's good that you're fine. Quick, don't wander on the street." Hearing that, the panic and worry in Melissa's heart calmed down. It was a miraculous calmness. At that moment she felt that even if she died, it was not that scary. At least she would not be the only one left in the family. At this moment, a bomb was blown by the hurricane and landed in this area. Suddenly, the bomb changed direction and flew away horizontally. Boom! It exploded in midair, only stirring up some wind. Chapter 11-12. Rumble! Rumble! In the building at 17, Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough, the mistress, Stellan Sammer, and her maids hid in a corner of the room when they heard the explosion from afar. They felt the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly. When the continuous and terrifying commotion grew further and further away, Stellan straightened her body and looked around with an abnormally tense expression. What happened? The 2 maids shook their heads at the same time. They were both confused and afraid. Stellan left the corner and instinctively wanted to walk out of the room to talk to her neighbors and figure out what had just happened. However, she was worried that an accident would strike again. All she could do was walk around the living room. After a few minutes, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. She quickly turned her head and saw that her husband, Luke Sammer, had returned with his manservant. "Aren't you working?" Stellan asked subconsciously. The tall and sturdy Luke replied with a solemn expression, "I happened to pass by the area, so I came straight back." "Quick, put on your coat, we're going to the church now." What happened? Stellan asked the question again. Luke took 2 steps forward. "Faceax airships are bombing Bakeland." How could that be? Stellan widened her eyes in disbelief. "Now is not the time to discuss this. Anyway, it has already happened. We must go to the church immediately." Luke gave his wife a hug. "Don't worry too much. I don't think the airships are coming this way." All right, Stellan replied, still a little flustered. As she put on the coat brought by the maid, she instinctively said worriedly, "What about the children? They are in the church school. Someone will arrange for them to hide." "We can't get there in time," Luke said calmly. "All right." Stellan made a prayer gesture, hoping that the deity she believed in would provide her with protection. The 2 of them, together with the servant and maid, quickly left the house and walked towards the other end of the street. When she passed by the house at Unit 58, Stellan glanced at it and whispered, "That's right. I used to laugh at Lawyer Jurgen, saying that he moved south because of Mrs. Doris's illness, giving up the many opportunities in Bakeland. Now, I'm a little envious of him." Luke glanced over and said, "Don't worry too much, it'll be fine." As Stellan walked forward quickly, she couldn't help but ask, "Luke, are we escaping from Bakeland?" "No need." Luke Sammer replied firmly. "It was just an accident." Seeing that his wife was obviously puzzled, he added, "Bakeland is the kingdom's capital, so it's definitely the area with the highest level of defense. This happened because everyone didn't expect it, resulting in negligence. Next time, the Faceations won't have another chance. The kingdom has the strongest military strength in the northern and southern continent. The Faceations will definitely be taught a lesson. It's impossible for them to invade Bakeland again. After this, Bakeland will be the safest place." "I see." Stellan felt that what her husband said made sense and was willing to believe him. After the explanation, Luke was silent for a few seconds. "However, we still have to make some preparations. When the church announces that we can move freely, we will immediately bring the children back and buy more food. Buy as much as we can, in the public school in the Bakeland Bridge area." Due to the distance, Daisy and her classmates didn't notice what had happened in the North and West districts, nor did they sense the chaos that had spread to Hillston Borough and Sherwood Borough. However, there were still teachers who came to their classrooms and organized them to line up for the nearest cathedral. This made Daisy recall the great smog of Bakeland last year. Back then, they had also been asked to hide in the cathedral beside the school. "I did something similar happen again." The shadow in her heart made Daisy's body tremble slightly as she felt intense sadness and anger. When she passed by the door, she couldn't help but turn her head and look at the teacher in charge. She asked, "Is it another disaster?" "Maybe." The teacher didn't know the exact situation and only knew to follow the telegram's instructions. "Is there such a disaster every year, or even more than once?" Daisy asked in a slightly ethereal voice with a hint of innocence. The teacher gave her a pitiful look and shook his head. "All difficulties will pass. God will protect everyone." Daisy didn't waste the others' time. She followed the order and followed the crowd to the nearest cathedral in a daze. North Borough 22, Phelps Street. When Audrey, who was at the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, heard the explosion, she immediately hid her dragon scales and rushed to the window. As she watched the airship formation with the Faceac flag appear in midair, she watched as the bombs were deflected by the hurricane and thrown into the distance, either landing and exploding or disappearing as though they had entered the spirit world. Audrey's mind flashed with the words of the world's German sparrow and the psychological alchemy mission. As a result, she came to a realization. The war had really broken out. She immediately turned her head and said to Susie, her personal maid, Annie, and the others, "Don't worry. Quick, hide in St. Samuel Cathedral." Although Audrey didn't know how to deal with an airstrike, the education she received from a young age told her to head to the cathedral as soon as possible if she encountered danger. In fact, her instinctive thought was to immediately rush back to Empress Borough to protect her mother. However, considering that Annie and the other servants and staff were ordinary people without experience or the ability to deal with such a crisis, she had no choice but to take care of them and accompany them to St. Samuel Cathedral. In order to resolve the danger she might encounter on the way, Audrey planned on wearing Hand of Horror and Lie at the same time. On the one hand, she could distort the trajectory of the bullets, and on the other hand, she could control the flames to detonate the bombs ahead of time. In the face of long-range attacks, it was indeed difficult for the beyonder powers of the spectator pathway to be effective. After secretly protecting her servants and the Foundation's staff, Audrey successfully entered St. Samuel Cathedral and saw a few bishops and priests coming over to welcome her. "Miss Audrey, you don't have to worry about the Earl, Countess, and Lord Hibbert. They have their own people protecting them. An air raid of this level won't hurt them. Besides, you know how big and sturdy your basement is." A bishop quickly brought Audrey to the side and consoled her. Audrey took off her gauze gloves and nodded, agreeing with the bishop's words. She was no longer in a hurry to go home. "What's the situation now?" "The Phasacians lost 2 airships and have turned to Westborough. Don't worry, all the defensive forces have been awakened. They won't be able to cause any more damage." The bishop simply said a few words and led Audrey and company to the underground area of the cathedral to hide. And 1 level below was where the Nighthawks were active. 160 Buckland Street. Butler Walter and a group of servants were hiding in an underground area that doubled as a wine cellar. This was an order from Don Dantes, and this gentleman had brought his valet to find Bishop Electra. After an unknown period of time, Walter and company heard knocking on the door. Through the hole in the door, they confirmed that their employer had returned. "There aren't any attacks now, but let's hide in St. Samuel Cathedral for a while longer," Klein said as he surveyed the area. "Yes, sir," Walter responded on behalf of the servants before asking, "What happens after that?" As a qualified butler, he often read the newspapers and knew that the situation was tense to begin with. It wasn't difficult for him to guess that a war of a certain degree would erupt after the bombing. Klein pondered for a moment. "Once the church has confirmed the situation, we will go to Mager Manor. You can bring your family along. Regardless, the kingdom's capital is definitely a relatively safe place, and the manor at the periphery of the capital won't be a target of an air raid. It's of no value. Yes, Mager Manor has plenty of food and large amounts of wine. Even if the war continues for a long period of time, we won't have to worry about starving to death." Upon hearing their employer's words, the servants who had already married immediately revealed looks of delight. Their paleness and fear from before were wiped away. Walter directly expressed his gratitude. Then, he deliberated and said, "We can buy more food. You can buy more food. Under such circumstances, no one will ever complain that there is too much. Also, the vicinity around Bakeland might not be attacked again, but public security might be in chaos. The manor outside the city has to be guarded against this." Klein nodded. "I've considered this as well. I'll get Member of Parliament Mocked and the military to discuss buying a batch of scrapped weapons and bullet. You have to practice more. In short, Anuni and I will return to Bakeland to handle matters based on the situation. If there's anything we didn't consider, we'll make up for it when the time comes." As for food, Klein didn't forbid Walter from buying it. This way, if there was a famine, he would have the ability to provide relief. After discussing the follow-up, everyone in Don Dantes' residence packed their luggage and brought their valuables with them. They followed their employer into St. Samuel Cathedral and went underground. Klein immediately saw Audrey, who was walking among the crowd and calming them down. He smiled and nodded at the noble lady. Upon seeing Don Dantes, Audrey returned a smile. From his attitude, she confirmed that nothing major had happened. Furs and Zio moved once again, but they still moved to the periphery of Eastborough. Furthermore, they were closer to the Bakeland Bridge area. After waking up naturally, Furs rubbed her hair and walked out of her bedroom to prepare lunch. As she swept her gaze, she saw Zio, who had long gone out, sitting on a chair and quickly flipping through the newspapers. "What's wrong?" Furs asked in confusion. Zio frowned. "The Phasacians have launched an air raid on North and West Borough." "What?" Furs blurted out before recalling the discussion on the tarot. At this moment, the paperboy's voice sounded from outside. "Extra! Extra! The kingdom has declared war on Phasac. Extra! Extra! The kingdom has declared war on Phasac. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens." Chapter 11:13. Extra! Extra! The kingdom has declared war on Phasac. Klein, who had returned to Bakeland from Mager Manor, sat in a carriage and listened to the paperboy shouting as he ran quickly on the streets. Although he was already prepared, Klein still sighed after confirming that the war had truly erupted. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The grudge of Sonia Island being snatched away from a key territory, the conflict between the colony's interests, the defeat of the previous war, the economic decline caused by pollution control. Ever since the Grain Act was enacted, a large number of domestic farmers have gone bankrupt due to the impact of foreign food products. The extremely terrible living conditions of the people at the bottom of the social hierarchy, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, the middle class are blindly confident in Rowan's national strength, and they're eager to have a chance to raise their status. The conflict between the different political parties in high society has intensified, tearing each other apart. The king and his faction want a large-scale war. With so many factors added together, just from an objective and materialistic perspective, it's almost inevitable for Rowan to export war. Reality is the best writer. Klein jumped out of his previous position and re-examined the situation in Rowan from the perspective of a bystander. He discovered that the tides of the era had already formed and were surging over. Without the descent of a true god, there was really no way to stop it. In comparison, he was more puzzled as to why the Phasac Empire was willing to initiate a war. Even if the members of an ancient secret organization were members of the upper echelons of Phasac or the Church of the God of Combat, and were key figures who had the right to make decisions, it was impossible for them to act arbitrarily on such an important matter. And why would others agree to a war of the world? Could it be that the conflict between the various classes in Phasac has completely intensified, and there's an urgent need for a war? Klein lacked sufficient understanding of the empire in the north, making it difficult for him to make an accurate judgment. But they had just won the war in East Balham and seized even more colonial benefit. There's no reason for their situation to be worse than Rowan's. Yes, the royal family, the Einhorn family, is in charge of the Red Priest pathway. It's understandable that they desire war, but there's no reason for the Church of the God of Combat to not stop it. As a member of the Orthodox Deity Alliance, they lack the motivation to help Amon's brother advance to Sequence 0. With this in mind, Klein suddenly had a guess. Did Amon's brother notice that the goddess has obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway and divulge this information to the Church of the God of Combat at the critical moment? And the God of Combat is a neighboring pathway to the goddess, so it's impossible for him to ignore this matter. He will definitely respond to an intense response. Of course, it might not be done by that brother of Amon's. It might also be that the numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction's angel, Hyder, had discovered the abnormality ahead of time under the warning of a conspiracy expert like Sauron Einhorn Medici. On the one hand, he pretended not to notice anything and continued setting up the probing. On the other hand, he brought in the Church of the God of Combat to make the situation worse and more chaotic. The Red Angel evil spirit is really a symbol of war. If that's the case, then it's inevitable for Faceac to start a war. Furthermore, there's no way to mediate the matter regarding the uniqueness of the death pathway. At the critical moment, the god of combat might directly descend, and a war of gods that hasn't happened since the fourth epoch would erupt for Faceac's airship fleet to be able to pass through the nearly 100-kilometer area from the coast to Bakeland without being detected. There's definitely a weather warlock providing protection. Otherwise, even if they take a detour to a sparsely populated area, they would definitely be seen ahead of time. They would definitely be intercepted by Ruan's airship fleet. A weather warlock is an angel. Since the fifth epoch, there have been very few Beyonders appearing in wars at this level. After the Emperor's death, most soldiers don't even know that there are Beyonders in the various colonial wars. What does it mean for a weather warlock to take action? This is really a war that will sweep the entire world and involve all levels of society. Is this what Amon's brother wants? When that happens, what side will the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, Earth Mother, the god of steam and machinery, and the god of knowledge and wisdom choose? Will the conflict between them, that has been suppressed for 1,000 or 2,000 years, intensify because of this Earth Mother likes giants, and there are even Faceations among her blessed? As for the Fainapotter kingdom, due to the split of Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger, it has a deep-seated hatred for Ruan and Intis. The will of the royal authority and the divine authority will likely be unified. It's very likely that they will form an alliance with Faceac and attack Ruan and Intis from the south to the north. Of course, the countries like Lenberg and the Church of Knowledge that are in the middle will definitely stop them. Desi Bay is directly bordered by Fainapotter and Ruan. The south won't be peaceful either. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that the situation in the northern continent would become abnormally chaotic. And regardless of which aspect it was, there was nothing he could do to stop it. Even a Sequence 4 demigod wouldn't be able to exert any critical influence in such a situation that could lead to a war of gods. It would be pretty good if he could protect himself and the people he cared about. Previously, when the Faceac airship attacked, the first thing Klein did was to arrange for Walter and the others to hide in the underground area that served as a wine cellar. Then, he teleported to Bakeland University of Technology. At that moment, a bomb had already landed there. There were deaths and injuries. The only thing Klein was glad about was that his sister, Melissa, wasn't within the blast radius. After Melissa rendezvoused with Banson, the Faceac airship didn't stay for long. It quickly evacuated from Bakeland before he returned to Don Dantes' mansion. Phew! Klein slowly exhaled and turned his head to look out the window. He saw that when the pedestrians on the street heard the kingdom's declaration of war on Faceac, a small number of them revealed looks of horror, as though they had recalled the air raid in the morning. Most of them looked confused and a little panicked. They wanted to do something, but they didn't know what to do. They might not be able to truly understand what such a war would bring, but they instinctively felt that the peace had been broken. The future was chaotic and filled with the unknown dangers. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at his valet, Enuni, who was sitting opposite him. From his eyes, he realized that he was also slightly at a loss. With a half-smile and half-sigh, Klein raised his hand to rub his temples. He put away his depressed and helpless emotions and thought about what he could do and what he needed to pay attention to. Regardless, with this experience and lesson, the king's faction has also launched a war as they wish. Before Ruan is completely defeated, it's almost impossible for Faceac to invade Bakeland again. It's safer for Banson and Melissa to stay here. What I need to worry about is the shortage of food and all kinds of assassinations. The latter isn't a problem. The place where Melissa and Banson live and their own levels determine it. They won't be able to come into contact with important figures who can easily be assassinated, so they won't be implicated. Fortunately, Portland Moments laboratory has just been set up and hasn't produced any results. It won't become a target that needs to be destroyed. As for the former, I can provide some assistance through Miss Audrey. Winter County, where the Holy Cathedral is located in the northernmost part of the kingdom. It's adjacent to Fasak, and it's the front line of every war. Ma and Mariana might return there to help the military. Yes, she might also be sent elsewhere to protect the coast. After all, Bakeland's defenses are sufficient. The royal family definitely has grade 0 sealed artifacts and angels. The 3 churches most likely have hidden means. This way, my greatest reliance will be gone. At most, I'll receive a certain degree of help from the churches and use some sealed artifacts. Previously, I wasn't too worried that the return of the Red Angel evil spirit would affect me. Now I have to be more vigilant in this regard. Patrick Bryan knows that Don Dantes is equivalent to German Sparrow, equivalent to Death's Blessed. This was deliberately revealed by me, hoping to lead the suspicion to Mr. Aztec, Death Consul. And now this also means that it won't take long for the Red Angel evil spirit to grasp this information. The Red Angel evil spirit is only at a high level at the moment. Its actual level shouldn't have recovered to the level of an angel. There's no irreconcilable grudge between him and me, and I don't have anything he wants. Even if he knows that Dantes is equivalent to German Sparrow, the chances of he directly dealing with me are very, very low. Apart from directly attacking, what other harm will he bring after he grasps the situation? Using this to set up a scheme or sell the information to someone who needs it. What scheme? Who would need it? Thoughts and names surfaced in Klein's mind, but they were quickly eliminated by him. This included Amon's brother and the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. From the Red Angel evil spirit's previous actions, he wouldn't come into contact with the people of Rose Redemption at the moment, and Amon's brother and Medici were mortal enemies. Suddenly, a name appeared in Klein's mind. Zeratul, the leader of the secret order, Zeratul, the Sequence 1 angel of the seer pathway who had gone mad and returned to normal. According to Rhodes's feedback, this powerful and secretive existence had already left. His original location was unknown. Klein had previously guessed that Zeratul would come to Bakeland because of the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. The Medici, Zeratul, and Zoroast families are all working for the Solomon Empire. Even if there's no friendship between them, they must be very familiar with each other. Zeratul saw the German Sparrow in the foggy town. If he really wants to pursue something, he'll definitely target the crazy adventurer. Klein's heart stirred as he instinctively began to assume that Zeratul was in Bakeland and was searching for traces of the German Sparrow. He then used this as a premise to analyze other anomalies. Almost instantly, Klein recalled something: the failure of Sharon and Company's joint operation with the Sanguine. Rose School is also looking for the German Sparrow. Will Zeratul, who received the corresponding news, cooperate with them? Back then, the operation was almost a success. The person in charge of Rose School in Bakeland had to evacuate in a hurry. Clearly, he only noticed the problem at the last moment. This is something that's unlikely to happen when the Sanguine has prepared the corresponding sealed artifact. Even that Duke is puzzled and puzzled. But what if it's the intuition of a Sequence 1 angel of the seer pathway? That's a good explanation. Back then, Zeratul was sitting opposite the person in charge of Rose School in Bakeland. During Rose School's frantic evacuation, they even deliberately left behind puppets to create moonlight and cleanse everything. Was it to hide Zeratul's existence? Also, it's no secret that German Sparrow has a certain relationship with the Death Consul. Could Zeratul have spread his marionettes everywhere to sense if there's any power of death in Bakeland? Previously, when Patrick Bryan was holding the ritual, there was actually a marionette of Zeratul watching him. If the Red Angel evil spirit has already sold the information to Zeratul, wouldn't returning to Buckland Street in such a chaotic situation be throwing myself into a trap? Klein's pupils constricted as he immediately said to the carriage driver, "Let's stop here. I suddenly remembered that there's something else I need to deal with." After saying that, Klein tensed up, afraid that the carriage driver wouldn't be able to answer as he continued driving forward. Thankfully, none of this happened. The carriage stopped by the side, and Klein walked to a nearby alley with his valet, Enuni. Right on the heels of that, he snapped his fingers in an empty spot, allowing the scarlet flames to emerge from his pocket and envelop him and his marionette. He wanted to rush to St. Samuel Cathedral as quickly and secretly as possible. With a flash of flames, Klein and Enuni's figures vanished. However, after he completed a jump, the flames he sensed suddenly vanished. All of them were gone. A spacious living room appeared in front of him. There was an ordinary reclining chair, and on it was a thin, tall, young man of southern continent descent. He had good facial features, but he lacked the color of blood. The Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. The Red Angel played with a ball of scarlet flames in his hand as the corners of his mouth curled up. "You actually sensed it earlier than I expected. To play flaming jump in front of me." Chapter 11:14. The moment he saw the Red Angel evil spirit, Klein's pupils dilated as the human-skinned glove on his left hand suddenly turned transparent. He didn't listen to what the other party said. His instinctive reaction was to immediately teleport away, but at this moment, the spirit world that entered his eyes was different from usual. The countless transparent creatures that were indescribable were all dyed with the color of iron and blood. The surroundings were filled with thick smoke, and the 7 pure lights that contained infinite knowledge were obscured, making it almost impossible to see them. Klein's heart skipped a beat. He didn't rashly teleport. Upon seeing this, the Red Angel evil spirit chuckled. "What are you afraid of, Zeratul?" Upon hearing this, Klein subconsciously looked around, but he didn't discover anything abnormal. The Red Angel evil spirit maintained its extremely annoying smile and pointed at the sofa opposite the reclining chair. "If I had already informed Zeratul that Don Dantes is German Sparrow, when you return to 160 Buckland Street in the morning, what awaits you in the wine cellar won't be a living person, but a butler and servants who are hung like dried ham. Of course, they will also warmly welcome you. Have a seat. In such a situation, it's not a bad thing to listen to my thoughts and intentions first." Imagining the scene described by the Red Angel evil spirit, although he had done something similar himself, his hair still stood on end as he felt a chill run down his spine. He maintained his vigilance and made the marionette, Konas Kilgore, who had transformed into Don Dantes, sit on the sofa while he stood by the side as his valet, Enuni. He had unknowingly swapped positions with his marionette and instantly changed their appearances. "Perhaps it's because you just learned of this information from Patrick Bryan and haven't had the time to inform Zeratul?" Klein retorted through his marionette. At the same time, he determined from the Red Angel evil spirit's words that Zeratul had really arrived in Bakeland. This was a complete, unrestricted, strange, and terrifying sequence. One angel. It was enough to be called a hidden existence. The Red Angel evil spirit's gaze swept across his valet and his master as he smiled. "I can get what I want to know from a fool like Patrick Bryan in 15 minutes, and it's been an entire night and morning since the ritual. You and Miss Messenger might have something in common." Klein made his marionette raise his eyebrows. "So?" The Red Angel evil spirit made the reclining chair beneath him shake gently. "I wonder if you've heard of this saying before. When you choose a beyonder pathway, the corresponding friends and enemies will be determined. As for me, I'm not your friend, but I'm not your enemy either. Of course, you and I did have some conflicts, but we didn't suffer too many losses. It's all in the past. To me, your growth will bring great trouble to some people I hate, so I don't want to kill you in advance. I'm happy to see you continue to advance." The Emperor said something similar. "I hate certain fellows." Klein deliberated and returned with a question. "Blasphemer Amon?" He's not that ignorant, nor is he that stupid. The Red Angel evil spirit laughed and stroked his chin. Be it his words or actions, it made him have the urge to hit him. After some thought, Klein calmly pointed out a problem. Then you can choose Zeradal. If he can advance because of this, he will also bring great trouble to Blasphemer Amon. Compared to him, I'm still too weak. I still need a long time to grow. There are too many unexpected possibilities in between. The Red Angel evil spirit nodded seriously. Indeed, that's what I thought in the beginning. How can a fellow like you, who isn't much stronger than a wild dog, compare to a sequence one Zeradal? To see who dies faster? At this point, the Red Angel evil spirit changed the topic and sighed. However, if this world can choose the most ideal solution for everything, that would be wonderful. Before he could finish his sentence, a bloody gash suddenly appeared on his bloodless left cheek. The gash was very large, and his mouth also opened and closed, revealing 2 rows of illusory white teeth. I've investigated. The decline of the Sauron family was caused by Zeradal and Roselle. This is the spirit left behind by the ancestor of the Sauron family? The Red Angel's split personality is more serious than I imagined. No, this isn't considered a normal split personality. It's just 3 people being stuffed into one body. No matter what they do, they have to reach an agreement first, or there will be internal strife. Klein believed that the Red Angel evil spirit wasn't setting up a trap. He really has no way of telling Zeradal the corresponding information. This is his weakness. I can use it in the future. After muttering silently, Klein asked, Then why did you come to me? Just to say what you just said? The Red Angel evil spirit raised his hand and rubbed his left cheek, making the mouth that appeared slowly disappear. At the same time, he smiled and said, Aren't you investigating the Ruan royal family? This seems to involve a relatively high-ranking demoness named Katarina. If you have any traces of her, inform me before you carry out your normal operations. Saintess of White Katarina. Why is the Red Angel evil spirit looking for her? Sequence 4 of the Hunter pathway can cause a female to become a male. Sequence 7 of the Demoness pathway can cause a male to become a female. These should be 2 Beyonder pathways that can be interchanged. The Red Angel evil spirit can't find a suitable Hunter pathway Beyonder characteristic, so he plans on jumping to the Demoness pathway? That's right. As an evil spirit, as long as he can resolve the problem of his existence, he can also advance through potions and characteristics. Klein was first taken aback before he made a guess based on the secrets he knew. And this instantly made him have a strange thought. When there are high-sequence Beyonder characteristics of both the Hunter and Demoness pathways in his body, will the Red Angel evil spirit appear as a male or a female? Who has a higher level, who is in charge, and who decides? At this moment, the Red Angel evil spirit looked at Don Dantes and his valet and scoffed. You have a talent for provocation. I haven't said anything, Klein replied inwardly in a daze. The Red Angel evil spirit curled his lips and said, I can guess what you're thinking. I can guess what you're thinking, unless you admit that you're ignorant. However, this might be a good thing for them. Shut up. A bloody mouth appeared on both sides of the Red Angel evil spirit's cheek. Klein looked at the dissociative personality scene opposite him and rationally gave up on delving deeper into the topic. He said, It's not impossible to inform you in advance, but the problem is, how should I inform you? From his point of view, Katarina, the demoness of unaging, wasn't a good person. The Red Angel evil spirit was the same. It was a good thing to cause a conflict between them. The Red Angel evil spirit smiled when he heard that. Of course, it's by chanting my honorific name. The great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. Pooey! The mouths on both sides of the Red Angel evil spirit's cheeks let out a contemptuous sound at the same time, as though he didn't approve of it. This is a standard honorific name of a deity. After wielding the uniqueness, Medici is already a quasi-god to a certain extent, and as long as no one accommodates the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway, this evil spirit's level won't decrease? The honorific name will always point to him? Klein nodded in thought and probed. What do you know about the secret ruins of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor? Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel evil spirit's facial muscles twitched slightly before he scoffed. Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel evil spirit's facial muscles twitched slightly before it scoffed. That's right. Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel evil spirit's facial muscles twitched slightly before he scoffed. You might not know about this, but you might be familiar with the secret ruins of the Blood Emperor. Klein deliberately provoked him. The Red Angel evil spirit suddenly laughed out loud and slapped the armrest of the reclining chair. Your tricks are as childish as a 3-year-old child's. Haha, the secret hidden by the Rouen royal family is very simple. I can guess it just by reading the newspapers. TSK, you only have a smart face, but your brain is filled with squirming worms. You can guess it just by reading the newspapers. Klein frowned slightly and asked. The Red Angel evil spirit stopped laughing and curled the corners of his lips. Of course, you also need some necessary common sense. I believe you should have it. How about this? I'll ask you a few questions, and then you'll understand how simple the answer is. How about this? I'll ask you a few questions, and then you'll understand how simple the answer is. Does the secret ruins of the Blood Emperor belong to the type that the Church knows about? No. Klein shook his head firmly. The Red Angel evil spirit smiled, and continued asking, Do you know which pathway and sequence Blood Emperor Alista Tudor was at before he advanced to sequence 0? Black Emperor pathway, sequence 1 Prince of Disorder, Klein replied calmly. The Red Angel evil spirit nodded slightly. Do you know that before Alista Tudor became Blood Emperor, he was one of the 2 consul of the Tudor-Tuluan-Sostal United Empire? The ones supporting him are 6 of the 7 deities, including Evernight and Storm? Klein nodded and gave an affirmative answer. The half-leaning, half-lying Red Angel evil spirit crossed one leg over the other. Then do you know that Alista truly went mad after becoming Blood Emperor, and that he perished in a war of gods? I roughly know. Klein didn't dare to be too sure because he had read it from Roselle's diary, and the Emperor had learned it from Mr. Dorr. The Red Angel evil spirit chuckled when he heard that. Then do you think Alista Tudor had the rationality and opportunity to leave behind a secret ruin after becoming Blood Emperor? No. Klein slowly shook his head. The Red Angel evil spirit then spread out his hands. Since it's a ruin left behind by Alista before he became Blood Emperor, and it wasn't known to the 6 deities who supported him back then, what could it be? If you had a choice, would you take a path that's destined to lead to madness? This. Klein instantly thought of the 9 mausoleums needed for the Black Emperor's apotheosis ritual. To the Prince of Disorder, before the return of the past Black Emperor, secretly seeking to advance to Black Emperor was what he wanted to do. That ruin is related to the Black Emperor? Klein asked in a deep voice. The Red Angel evil spirit stroked his chin again and chuckled. You seem to know about the Black Emperor's ritual. Isn't that simple? What has the current king of Rouen been doing for the past 2 to 3 years? The abolition of the Grain Act, the unified examination for government employees, the reorganization of the military, the suppression of the House of Lords and Nobles, and the strengthening of the House of Commons. Aren't these all things published in the newspapers? Besides, isn't it common knowledge that the Judge pathway can be transferred to the Black Emperor pathway? This was because many of these things were the trends of the times in Klein's eyes. One of them was even pushed by him. In the past, he had never examined them from the perspective of mysticism, but now that he was connected, he immediately came to a realization. Soon, he remembered something else. The last person who wanted to become Black Emperor was Roselle. He happened to be related to Amon's brother. Chapter 11:15. The Abolition of the Grain Act. Unified examination for government employees, making concessions and introducing the church's forces into the military. These seem to be in line with the trend of the times, but in essence they are suppressing and weakening the nobles and supporting a new class. Compared to the ruling methods of more than 1,000 years ago, this can really be considered a rule that defies normal circumstances. It's the kind of order needed to become a dark emperor in the past decade or so. The architectural style has also changed greatly for Roselle to be able to obtain the uniqueness and obtain the corresponding sequence one beyond her characteristic. That ancient secret organization must have put in a lot of effort. It might even have directly provided a portion of it. When this emperor perishes, who will take away those characteristics? Also, Bernadette has been in Bakeland for the past few months. She used to come here often. Sigh. It's mainly because of the asymmetrical aesthetics of the empires of the Fourth Epoch that affected my understanding. I misunderstood the rules that defied normal circumstances as strange and an order that defied human nature. Now that I think about it again, what do you mean by normal circumstances? Isn't it just a state where everyone is already used to not directly resisting their instincts to survive? From tribes to countries, from feudalism to republicanism, didn't they all go against the normal situation at that time? Countless people wanted to return to the past? The phrase, leftovers, is a good summary of the problem, from the looks of it. As long as there's no deity's interference, the change that the Dark Emperor needs will definitely happen. It's only a matter of time. The tide of the times is really hard to stop. That brother of Amon's is indeed a powerful and terrifying author. What's hidden deep in the Blood Emperor's ruins should be a mausoleum similar to a pyramid. And according to the requirements of the ritual, it has to be repaired by driving the people. That's why there are the missing people in East Borough and the overseas slave trade. When the war develops to a certain stage, they can use the excuse of praying for victory or the entire country mourning the dead soldiers to organize a large number of people to participate in the sacrificial ritual in different cities of the kingdom. Yes, many years ago, the Rouen royal family obtained the crown of the Balam Empire and linked the king's name to the title of emperor. What a good plan! Jolted awake by the Red Angel evil spirit's question, Klein tensed up. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and at the same time, he had another question. He looked at the thin, young, and bloodless gatekeeper opposite him and deliberated. George III wants to directly become the Dark Emperor? But he's not even a sequence 4, even if he could act ahead of time to make himself more talented, reducing the impact of the mental imprint in the potion. Klein didn't believe that a sequence 5 could directly become a god unless he was lucky enough to grasp an extremely small chance of success. And this luck wasn't something that could be simply described as sufficient. Even the snake of Mercury, Will Auceptin, who symbolized fate, didn't dare to directly devour the die of probability. He still had to seriously find a way to accommodate it. The Red Angel evil spirit scoffed when he heard that. How do you know that George III is only a sequence 5? How can you be sure that the George III being examined is the real George III? Couldn't it have been imagined, or perhaps it was transformed by a faceless person at the angel level? These are indeed very difficult things to do, but for a certain paranoid person, this is all within the scope of his own ability and the resources he has at his disposal. I suspect that George III is an official member of the secret organization that imitates our Rose Redemption. His true level might already be at the level of an angel. I wouldn't be surprised if he reached sequence 1. This, Roselle the Great once said that the members of that ancient secret organization are all important figures that he can't imagine. Apart from dealing with the 7 churches, there's nothing they can't do. This actually includes the king of a country? That's right. A late-stage emperor is also the ruler of Intis. Paranoid. This is the evaluation of the Red Angel evil spirit of Amon's brother? Although this is clearly a little extreme and has a strong subjective bias, there's definitely some truth to it. A nickname isn't randomly given. Klein made the marionette frown slightly. The truth of this matter seems to be easily seen through, but why haven't the churches of Evernight, Storm, and Steam discovered the problem yet haven't discovered the crux of it? Their understanding of the Dark Emperor isn't any less than yours. After all, the two churches of Evernight and Storm had supported the Tutortaluan-Sostal United Empire. The Red Angel evil spirit revealed an amused expression again as he sized up Dwayne Dantes and his valet. "How old are you? Why are you still so naive and childish? The 6 deities and the 6 churches aren't necessarily the same at times. What the 6 deities know might not be told to the angels and saints below." Seeing that Don Dantes was still frowning in confusion, the Red Angel evil spirit chuckled again. "Believe me, what I just said and what I'm about to say is undoubtedly to sow discord and destroy the image of the 6 deities, but you can think for yourself if it's the truth. Let's put it this way. Regarding the matter of someone wanting to become the Black Emperor, the attitude of the 6 deities, the 7 deities, is rather ambiguous. They often contradict themselves. To describe it more accurately, they are happy to see the birth of a mentally sound Black Emperor, but they hope that it's the one they support. Therefore, they won't give their respective churches too specific revelations. They only get them to follow the normal procedures. If they can find out, they'll punish them. If not, they'll tacitly agree to the development. Of course, in this process we can't rule out the possibility that a certain existence might want to do some damage, but it won't be so direct and obvious, because it will definitely be stopped by other gods. If he hadn't grasped this attitude, how would George III have dared to take the risk? All right, now that the war has broken out and he has survived the crisis, he can patiently wait for the next opportunity. Klein suddenly thought of how the news of the raid on the ruins of the Blood Emperor had been leaked in advance. For a moment, he didn't know if he should suspect that there were members of that ancient secret organization in the upper echelons of the 3 churches, or if a certain god had personally reminded his brother. If it was the latter, the suspect could be the Lord of Storms. After pondering for a moment, Klein asked hesitantly, "So, as long as there are no accidents in the future, George III, who has done so much, will welcome the apotheosis ritual? And if everything goes smoothly and he withstands the backlash of the potion, he will ascend to the throne of Dark Emperor?" The Red Angel evil spirit replied in a relaxed tone, "Is there a problem? Why did the 7 gods?" Klein couldn't help but ask. The Red Angel evil spirit clicked his tongue. "Do you want to know? If you want to know, I can tell you now." Just as Klein was about to say, "Of course," he suddenly recalled the warning given by the servant of concealment, Ma Mariana. For some things the more you know, the easier it is to be infected. Both your body and soul will be infected. When you become an angel, you can explore the specific answer. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein made his marionette smile. "Forget it then. Very good. You nearly died because of curiosity and stupidity." The Red Angel evil spirit shook its head regretfully. He then looked out the window. "If there's nothing else, you can leave." "All right." Klein made his marionette stand up and raise his right hand. At this moment, the half-leaning, half-lying Red Angel evil spirit suddenly asked, "I have a feeling that if I had attacked you just now, you would have been able to do something about it, right? Of course, why do you think I chose Flaming Jump, and not Teleport directly? That was to hide the movement of the paper cranes being lit in the wallet. This way, Snake of Fate Will Septon's gaze will silently land on me. Once something goes amiss, he will use the yesterday once more charm. When dealing with existences at your level, how can I not be careful, and keep my means hidden?" Klein didn't directly answer the Red Angel evil spirit's question. He smiled in tacit agreement. But, with a snap of his fingers, scarlet flames gushed out from his pocket and enveloped him. As the scarlet red dissipated, Klein's figure disappeared in front of the Red Angel evil spirit. Bakeland, Dr. Alan Series's house, inside a black pram. The plump baby rubbed its eyes and mumbled silently. To a child, Bakeland really isn't a good place to live in. 39 Buckland Street. After a divination, Klein met Mocht, who was about to head to Westboro, as he wished. "Aren't you going to Mager Manor?" "I also plan on letting Rihanna and Hazel hide in Moose Manor," Mocht said as he pinched the sides of his eyes. "I wonder when the after-effects will disappear." Klein retracted his gaze from his actions and sighed. "I need to prepare some weapons for the manor, so I came to seek your help. Also, if you have the means to obtain food, you can help me buy some as well." From his point of view, the people at the bottom of society had no way of hoarding food because they didn't have the money. At most, they could prepare a few days' worth of food. Therefore, his purchases wouldn't affect them for the time being. When food began to run out, he could donate the extra food he bought through Miss Audrey. Before the temporary law on food control was passed, even if Klein didn't hoard food, other rich people would. Furthermore, they might not donate it. "No problem," Mocht agreed without any hesitation. Klein didn't ask about the price, because he had given housekeeper Tanaja a total of £5,000 for such expenses. Of course, after confirming that Zeradal was in Bakeland and that the Red Angel evil spirit knew that Don Dantes was equivalent to German Sparrow, he had already decided not to return to Mager Manor. He wanted to change his identity to prevent it from affecting the innocent. As for the excuse, it was that the Church of Evernight had arranged for him to do certain things and wouldn't be able to return for a long period of time. If there were any charitable activities that required his cooperation, he could listen to Miss Audrey's arrangement. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 11:16. On the way from Buckland Street to St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein passed by the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation at 22 Phelps Street. He was surprised to discover that the door was still open. As the founder and current board member, he was rather concerned about this matter. He temporarily slowed down his advance and turned around. Just as he entered the door, Klein saw Miss Audrey walk down from the second floor. Beside her were her maidservant, the Golden Retriever, and a few staff members. "Good afternoon. There doesn't seem to be anything that requires you to persevere under such circumstances." Klein went forward and voiced his doubts. Audrey held the newspaper in her hand as she looked at Don Dantes and said, "A few of the recipients were injured in the air raid. I've just visited them and arranged follow-up treatment." This noble lady's eyes were a little red, as though she had seen all sorts of tragic things in the hospital. May the goddess bless them. Klein came to a realization as he drew a crimson moon on his chest. He took the opportunity to voice out the idea he had long prepared. "I plan on donating some more money to buy food, medicine, and medical equipment for the foundation. In this man-made disaster, we can do more." "An excellent idea. Those who are suffering will be grateful to you, Mr. Dantes." Audrey tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion as her eyes suffused obvious joy and pity. "I'll do my best." She didn't just want to donate money. She also wanted to organize the corresponding matters. Klein nodded and said, "There's no need to praise me." "You don't need to praise me. I'm just doing what I should do at a time like this. Apart from donating money, I'll also donate food. You can directly discuss these matters with my butler, Walter." "Yes, Miss Audrey, I can now write a letter of authorization for you, allowing you to use my name to mobilize Mager Manor's resources." "What about you, Mr. Dantes?" Audrey asked with a vague guess. This was the most normal reaction in this context. "I've received a notice from the church to help them do something. As for the details, I haven't been to St. Samuel Cathedral, so I don't know for now. The only thing I can be sure of is that I'll be on the move recently. I won't be able to return to Mager Manor for a very long time." Klein told her the reason he had made up earlier. Miss Audrey, I've learned about your character and ability during this period of time in the Foundation. Your background and status also determine your vision and structure. Entrusting this matter to you is the best way I can think of. Klein didn't expect his lies to fool a veteran spectator. He only wanted to deceive the people around Justice Audrey. Well, that didn't include the dog. Is Mr. World going to temporarily give up his identity as Don Dantes so that he can hide and do certain things? Audrey pretended to be in deep thought and pondered for a few seconds. In this situation, I can't refuse such a request. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and immediately got his valet, Enuni, to go upstairs to get a piece of paper and a fountain pen. Then, under the witness of the staff, he personally drafted a letter of entrustment. He signed his name, stamped his fingerprint, and stamped his seal. After doing all this, Klein looked at the newspaper in Audrey's hand. Did anything else happen? I just returned from outside the city and heard the paperboy shouting that the kingdom has declared war on Faceac. Audrey pursed her lips and said with a slightly gloomy expression, "Not long after the Faceac airships launched an air raid on Bakeland, their Sonia Sea fleet took advantage of the thick fog to attack the Royal Navy base and the surrounding shipyards on Oak Island in Pritz Harbor. Thankfully, the Church of the Storm received a warning in advance and sent a telegram over ahead of time. Pritz Harbor wasn't lost, but they lost quite a number of ships and factories. It said that many people were killed or seriously injured. This is war." Klein sighed and said, "Can I see how the king declares war?" Audrey knew that there was something wrong with King George III, and she could tell the sarcasm in Mr. World's words. She didn't reject it and handed the newspaper over. It was a copy of the Tussock Times. Without needing to expand it, Klein directly saw the king's declaration of war on the front page. 708 years ago, the Faceac took away Sonia Island from us. A year ago, the Faceac snatched away half of our interests in East Balham. Today, they bombed Bakeland and attacked Pritz Harbor. Many Ruan were killed and injured as a result, and their blood stained the land. We can't back down anymore. Backing down will only result in the repeated bullying of the Faceac. If we continue backing down, we will lose all our interests overseas. We won't be able to sell a large number of our products, and countless workers will lose their jobs. Even more farmers will go bankrupt. Everything in the past and present shows that justice is in our hands, and we already have enough strength to seize complete victory. Everyone, I, your Emperor, George III, represent the House of Lords and Commons and represent the kingdom's government to declare war on Faceac. Unless they raise the white flag and raise their hands to surrender, we will never stop advancing. Advance and reclaim Sonia Island. Advance and occupy St. Millom. Victory will definitely belong to us. The gods are with us." Klein quickly browsed through it and used his clown ability to control the curl of his lip. He then returned the Tussock Times to Audrey, took off his hat, and bowed. "I'll have to trouble you with the rest. Please don't worry." Audrey returned the bow with the letter of entrustment and the newspaper. Klein didn't delay any further as he left the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation with his valet, Enuni, and arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral. At that moment, there weren't many believers in the cathedral. Most of them had returned to their homes and were busy preparing for life after the war began. In the dark and quiet environment, Klein found a seat and sat down. He took off his hat, clasped his hands, and placed them in front of his mouth and nose. He softly chanted the honorific name of the Evernight goddess. Then, he said, "I received news from the Red Angel Evil Spirit that Zeratul might have already arrived in Bakeland. And the Blood Emperor's secret ruins are most likely the mausoleum needed for the Black Emperor's ritual." After finishing the prayer, Klein waited patiently for a while before seeing Archbishop Anthony Stevenson enter from the side door and walk towards him. This saint's face was clean and beardless. He wore a black robe with a crimson moon symbol on it. He didn't make a sound as he walked, as though the night was slowly descending. When he approached Don Dantes, Anthony didn't say a word. He only gestured with his eyes before turning towards the library. Klein stood up, put on his hat, and followed silently. As for his valet, Anuni, he walked to the entrance of the cathedral with his cane in hand and waited there. Outside the library, Archbishop Anthony turned around and revealed a smile. He said to Don Dantes, "The war has broken out. There are too many things that need to be done. As a devout believer of the goddess, are you willing to provide a certain amount of help?" Indeed. From the looks of it, Mariana has already left Bakeland. As Klein sighed, he drew the crimson moon on his chest. "It's my honor. Praise the goddess." After responding, he immediately asked, "What do you need me to do?" "I'll inform you when there's something. Try not to go home during this period of time," St. Anthony said in an illogical tone. Klein instantly understood what he meant. It was to hide first. He didn't have the energy to deal with Zeratul for the time being. At most, he could provide protection within a certain range. Just as I thought, the goddess is digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. She won't be able to descend for a long period of time, and the upper echelons of the church have to deal with the war. The negative effects of Grade 0 sealed artifacts are each more terrifying than the last. Klein nodded gently. "Yes, Your Grace. May the goddess bless you." St. Anthony drew the crimson moon. "Praise the Lady. The only home is peace," Klein replied with a well-practiced gesture. Then, he left St. Samuel Cathedral and turned into another street with his valet. After walking for a while, Don Dantes and Anuni disappeared at some point in time. East side, in a two-bedroom rental house. With an ordinary face, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica, brought it to his mouth, and blew into it. Soon, Rionette Tinker walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands. She was not surprised at all by the new appearance of her contractor. Klein didn't hand over the letter. "Tell Miss Sharon and Merrick that Zeratul has come to Bakeland and might be in contact with Rose School. Tell them to be careful. It's best if they don't even go to Braveheart's bar for the time being." Zeratul. This time, Rionette Tinker's 4 heads spoke at the same time, as though she had spent a certain amount of effort to remember who it was. The leader of the secret order, a sequence 1 angel who once went mad but has now returned to normal. Klein took out a gold coin and handed it to Miss Messenger. He didn't mention that Zeratul was very interested in German Sparrow. He believed that as a high-level spirit world creature, Miss Messenger would be able to sense his uniqueness to a certain extent. Otherwise, there was no need for this angel to lower herself to be a messenger. If it was for the yesterday once more charm, she could have provided help in a more dignified manner. As for why Zeratul wasn't able to sense the Grey Fog's aura in the foggy town and was interested in German Sparrow, Klein believed that there were 3 reasons. First, the Grey Fog's Beyonder convergence allowed this powerful seer to come to Bakeland and prophesy something. Second, German Sparrow was actually able to leave the foggy town after obtaining the wrong symbol and return to the real world. Third, German Sparrow might be related to an organization that believed in the Fool. After Zeratul came into contact with Rose School and discovered that the Mother Tree of Desire was also interested in German Sparrow, even if he didn't have a guess, the importance he placed on him would rise exponentially. Rionette Tinker didn't say another word. One of her heads swung forward and bit the gold coin. After watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein pulled a chair and sat down. Separated by a wooden desk, he observed the sky outside the window. The layout of the rental apartment was the same as the one he had stayed in Tingen City. Inside was a bedroom, and outside was a living room, dining room, and study. There was also a bunk bed. At that moment, apart from him, there were also marionettes Konas and Anuni in the room. Chapter 11-17. After sitting in a daze for a while, Klein rubbed his temples, stood up, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the grey fog. He then conjured German Sparrow, and through praying to Mr. Fool, he passed the 2 messages to Donnas and Katlia. The former was to remind him to be careful of the secret order. Although Klein didn't believe that Zeratul would directly seek out Donnas, a person who had ties with German Sparrow, it wasn't wrong to warn him. As a bizarro sorcerer, Klein had a certain level of understanding of the beyonders of the seer pathway. He believed that those who could truly mature were sufficiently cautious and careful. There were exceptions and oddities, but it definitely didn't include Sequence 1 Zeratul. And in the present situation, in the eyes of an angel who had grasped enough secrets, Donna's was more like a bait that was deliberately thrown out to hook certain targets. Therefore, there was a high chance that Zeratul would carefully avoid him. At most, he would send members of the secret order to do some indirect investigations. By the same logic, Klein's message to Katlia also contained such content, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was for her to immediately contact Queen Mystic Bernadette and tell her that German Sparrow wanted to meet her as soon as possible. In addition, Klein had also informed Admiral of Stars of his original plan to delay the tarot, allowing her to decide if she wanted to purchase the Planter Pathways Sequence 5 Druid and Sequence 4 Classical Metallurgist potion formulas. West of the Berserk Sea, Theros Island. Here, Donnas, who was searching for clues to Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts, held a cup filled with golden beer as his expression suddenly turned extremely complicated. Why? You saw someone and recalled an indescribable encounter? Anderson swirled the Lanty-proof malt liquor in his hand and teased Danitz, who was in an abnormal state, with a smile. Donnas gulped down a mouthful of beer and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. We have to be careful of the people from the secret order. Ever since he got to know the German Sparrow, he had often heard similar words. His reaction had changed from panic at the beginning to numbness and depression. He suspected that there would come a day when he would be wanted by all the organizations, big and small, with the exception of Mr. Fool. Andrewson sized up Donnas and chuckled. Sometimes I think the German Sparrow is more like a hunter than I am. Heh, so you guys have a special method of communication. You don't even need to summon messengers. Donnas was about to give a perfunctory reply when a person with Intis rushed in from the entrance of the tavern. He was holding a telegram. Faceac is conducting air strikes on Bakeland. Rouen has officially declared war. A declaration of war? Anderson and Donnas looked at each other. Relying on their pathway's characteristics, they acutely smelled the scent of a large-scale war. Faceac has attacked Bakeland and Pritz Harbor. Rouen has officially declared war. The 3 ironclad fleets aren't at the harbor. They didn't suffer any losses and are rushing back to Rouen's coast. Admiral of Stars Katlia's fleet happened to pass by Orovie Island. She had gathered all sorts of information from the telegrams. She was just about to consider how a pirate crew should deal with such a situation when she suddenly saw the endless gray fog and heard the words of the World German Sparrow. Be careful of the people from the secret order. Be careful of Zeratul. To a certain extent, Katlia, who was considered an Intis person, first paid attention to the most unimportant matter. And it was precisely because of this that she didn't have any doubts about the World German Sparrow's request to meet the Queen as soon as possible. She believed that this was an extension of the secret order and Zeratul. Finally, her lips parted slightly as she muttered the names of the 2 potions. Druid. Classical Metallurgist. This Sequence 4's modern name should be Ancient Metallurgist. In the past, it was called Human Metallurgist. Katlia subconsciously walked to the window and cast her gaze down. At this moment, at sea with a time difference from Bakeland, Frack Lee and Artisan Charv were leaning against the side of the ship, basking in the sunset. The former looked relaxed and content, but there was a hint of puzzlement in his eyes, as though there was still a problem that he couldn't solve. The latter's face was pale, and his lips were trembling slightly. Mushrooms were scattered all over his clothes. Druid. Ancient Metallurgist. Admiral of Stars Katlia repeated the 2 specialized terms again as she felt something heavy pressed down on her body. After about 10 seconds, Catlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and consoled herself inwardly. Mr. Fool didn't give any hints. Since Mr. Fool didn't give any hints, it means that it's nothing serious. With this thought, resplendent starlight floated down, forming a staircase of light between the captain's cabin window and the deck. Catlia walked down the staircase and came to Frank Lee and Charv's side. After a few seconds of silence, Catlia asked, "Frank, what are your ideals?" Only then did Frank Lee realize that his captain had come over. Only then did Frank Lee realize that the captain had come over. He pushed himself up with his palm and flipped himself up. Ideals? The biologist thought seriously for a moment and said, "That's right. To be able to research soil, crops, and hybridization technology without any restrictions. Also, to prevent humans from suffering from famine and to make everyone equal. What you can do, I can also do. What you can grow, I can also grow." Upon hearing this, Charv slowly got up and silently crouched to the side. He opened his mouth and began vomiting. Frank Lee was not affected at all as he continued, "In order to have such a world, there must be sufficient food and resources. Therefore, I hope to create a variety of creatures that can adapt to different environments and conditions. Everyone has their own preferences. I prefer fish, cows, spores." Admiral of Stars Catlia listened to Frank's recount with a deadpan expression. During this process, she continuously nudged the thick glasses on her nose bridge 3 times. After a moment of silence, Catlia asked, "You're only one step away from the last step of your research?" "Yes, I'm just short of the catalysis of Druid's powers. If I still can't obtain the formula, I wish to get Charv to help me turn the Druid Beyonder characteristic I have into a mystical item," Frank answered frankly. "No, I won't help you. You devil!" Charv, who was silently vomiting, raised his head and shouted anxiously. Catlia watched this scene quietly. With a flip of her palm, a gold coin appeared out of nowhere. Clang! The gold coin first flipped up before landing in Catlia's palm with the head facing up. "There's the Druid Potion formula. It's from German Sparrow. 5,000 gold pounds." Catlia described it in detail, as though she was deliberately saying it for Charv to know who the real murderer was. Frank Lee's eyes immediately revealed pure joy. "He's really a good person. Captain, I've only saved up 3,000 pounds. Can you lend me 2,000 pounds? Most of his savings had been used to buy the Druid Beyonder characteristic. He had even sold some items for it. Catlia fell silent once again. After a few seconds, she nodded under Frank Lee's expectant gaze. "All right. Northborough, Bakeland Medical College, Affiliated Hospital." Eudora lay on the hospital bed with a blank expression. She didn't have the vitality of a young girl. She woke up from her coma very early, but she didn't open her eyes. She heard the doctor tell her parents that her right leg, which had been injured in the air raid, might not be saved. They had to be prepared to amputate it. After that, she lay there in a daze. She felt that there were many people coming over. Among them, the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation's director, Audrey, who was only visiting the student next door, heard about her matter and expressed her willingness to pay for her subsequent treatment. The school's principal, Mr. Portland Moment, promised to create the most advanced and convenient mechanical prosthesis, allowing her to walk like a normal person. But none of this dispelled the gloominess, heaviness, sadness, and despair in Eudora's heart. She wasn't even 18 years old. Before she could taste the beauty of life, she was about to lose a leg and lose her ideals. Her family wasn't rich. Her father was a grocery store owner who believed in the Lord of Storms. He was rude, barbaric, and unwilling to reason with women. Her mother was timid and cowardly. She relied on her father to survive and supported the family with hard work. If there was a second child in the family, Eudora wouldn't have been able to go to school at all. But even so, her father chose Bakeland Technical School, a place where results could be seen quickly. She had previously felt that she was lucky. The Backlund Technical School had been reorganized into the Backlund University of Technology, and she had passed the exam to become a true university student. This filled her with smiles every day, allowing her to spread her happiness to the people around her. She even had the free time to pursue poetry. Eudora's ideal was to stay in school in the future and become a university teacher. She wanted to find a husband who liked her and she liked him. At the same time, she would not stop writing poems, hoping to publish them in magazines and newspapers. Now, all of this was destroyed by a bomb falling from the sky. It was destroyed mercilessly and unusually coldly. After a long time, Eudora silently pulled up the quilt and covered her face. She made a low cry like a cub. The crying didn't stop. It lasted for a while. Eudora suddenly felt something and opened the quilt. She saw a black shadow standing beside the bed. The black shadow's face was half covered by mushrooms and the other half was full of weeds. He was holding a wood-colored cane in his hand. Eudora couldn't even scream. She felt that her heart was about to explode, and the black shadow touched her with the head of the cane. Eudora felt that her heart had returned to normal. Her right leg was cool and she seemed to have a feeling. She looked at the bed again. There was no black shadow. In a daze, Eudora moved her right leg and found that it didn't hurt at all. It was as if she had never been hurt at all. She pulled up the quilt again and covered her face. Dozens of seconds later, there was a cry of disbelief, horror, and joy under the quilt. 9 Heavens, Shen Huang. Chapter 11-18. At night, in the cemetery on the outskirts of Pritz Harbor. The people who had died in the naval bombardment had already been carried here. The priests and bishops of the 3 churches were busy comforting the souls to prevent any abnormalities. In that short day, many wives had lost their husbands, and many children had lost their mothers. Many families were left with only one person. They lingered in the cemetery, some silent, some tearing up, and some fainting from crying. With an ordinary face, Klein stood among them and watched everything without a word, as though he had recalled the funerals he had once attended. He had taken advantage of the darkness to use life's cane to treat the injured people from the attack in the hospitals in Bakeland and Pritz Harbor. He had also left behind strange and terrifying urban legends to further digest the bizarro sorcerer potion. And he knew that once such a legend spread, Zeratul, who was in Bakeland, would immediately understand what was going on and send his marionettes to monitor the corresponding locations. Therefore, before the news spread, Klein relied on teleportation to run to all the hospitals in Bakeland and Pritz Harbor. As he left behind all sorts of horror stories, he treated the seriously ill patient. When this matter spread, he believed that he would receive a lot of feedback and take a solid and huge step towards completely digesting the potion. However, Klein didn't stop there. The possible conspiracy of the Red Angel evil spirit and the fact that Zeratul was in Bakeland were like a sharp sword that hung above his head, urging him to continue searching for opportunities. Therefore, he came here and witnessed the grief of the ordinary people. After a moment of silence, Klein retracted his gaze and turned to leave the cemetery. When he arrived at a deserted place, the glove on his left hand quickly turned dark blue, and slippery fish scales grew on it. A howling wind swept over, bringing Klein into the air and flying towards the harbor. In the sea outside, the Sonia Sea fleet of the Fasak Empire was waiting quietly, as though they were preparing to launch another round of bombardment at dawn to destroy the remaining shipyards. Soon, Klein arrived above the ruins of the harbor and looked at the faint flames that seeped through the dark night. At the same time, his 2 marionettes used flaming jump to rush over from the ground and took different hidden positions. What he had just seen and heard made Klein no longer have any doubts or reluctance to do what he had to do next, but he was still very confused. Taking revenge on the invaders was a proper thing to do, but if he were to severely injure the Fasak fleet, the happiest person would be King George III of Rouen, the true mastermind, one of the culprits who pushed for the war. There are too many principles in this world, but only after truly experiencing them will one realize that there are sometimes things that aren't right. It makes one feel conflicted. Klein took a deep breath and turned his attention to the information he obtained from the hanging man. The commander of the Fasak Empire's Sonia Sea Fleet was Admiral Jaeger Einhorn. He was a demigod born of the royal family, and he was currently a sequence 4 iron-blooded knight of the Red Priest pathway. Through this information, Klein combined it with the contents of the Red Priest card, and more key points surfaced in his mind. Iron-blooded knights can turn women into men, giving them courage that's comparable to steel. Not only can they control all kinds of flames, making them masters in this domain, but they can also turn themselves into flames or steel. Fasak Empire, Sonia Sea Fleet on the flagship, Nepos. The burly Igor Einhorn, who was more than 2 meters tall and had a thick beard above his lips, was sitting behind a desk with a map. As he drank Sonia blood wine, he considered his next plans. After daybreak, Rouen airship fleet will definitely attack. Their ironclad warship, Pritz, and the corresponding fleet will soon return. If I continue staying here, I'll end up in a very passive situation. Although I'm an iron-blooded knight, allowing me to focus the entire fleet's strength on me and distribute the damage, the commander of that ironclad fleet might very well be a demigod of the Arbiter pathway or have the corresponding Grade 1 sealed artifact. It won't be easy to deal with them. If I'm not careful, I'll allow them to use their advantage in speed and cannons. Retreat is the best choice. After that, I'll take advantage of the fact that Rouen's navy is injured and temporarily lacking in numbers to continue attacking the coastal ports. Hehe, such a war is indeed a good opportunity to digest the potion. It's a pity that I didn't become a war bishop before this. Otherwise, I might have a chance to advance to the level of an angel after the war. Sigh, only a war bishop can truly bring out the advantages of an army. It's not like what I'm doing now, where I can only focus my strength on myself. As Igor Einhorn's thoughts raced, he wanted to use the hidden connection between the iron-blooded knight and his soldiers to inform his adjutant to come over and instruct them to retreat in the night. Suddenly, he looked up at the door. Knock. There was a knock on the door, instantly echoing in the quiet room. A warning of an attack. This thought flashed through Igor's mind as he suddenly tensed up. In a battle between demigods, setting up an environment, sudden attacks, and taking the enemy by surprise were all good ways to take the initiative. They were indispensable components that could effectively defeat or even kill enemies of the same level. Conversely, it was very difficult to succeed. Therefore, making a warning before an attack was either a warning without any follow-up, or it meant that the level, status, and strength of the attacker far exceeded the target. As a veteran iron-blooded knight, Igor instinctively considered the worst-case scenario. He immediately awakened the connection that every sailor and soldier on the Nepos had established with him. At this moment, the voice sounded again. Bam! This time, the knocking on the door produced a sound comparable to the roar of a cannon, making Igor feel as though a powerful bomb had exploded beside his ear. With his mind highly tensed, he carefully listened to the commotion. This wasn't much worse than the roar of a cataclysmic interruption. For a moment, a buzzing sound echoed in Igor's ears as he felt dizzy. He hurriedly distributed the damage, causing every member of the Nepos to have a slight tinnitus. Right on the heels of that, Igor grabbed the pen on the table and threw it at the door. The dark red pen left behind afterimages as it flew, like a fired cannonball. To an iron-blooded knight, no matter how ordinary something was, it could be transformed into a terrifying killing weapon under the enhancement of his special trait. Bang! The door that was hit by the pen directly cracked open, revealing the person who knocked on the door in the corridor. It was a man in a black trench coat. His body was as thin as paper, and his face was featureless. At this moment, the pen itself had already exploded. The tiny fragments were like a storm brought about by a machine gun as they swept towards the person who knocked on the door, tearing him into pieces of blood-colored flesh. Igor didn't relax. Instead, He stood up and looked around warily. He knew very well that the real person who knocked on the door had yet to appear. At this moment, the adjutant who lived diagonally opposite him opened the door and ran out. Looking at the flesh and blood on the ground, he said in shock. He looked at the flesh and blood on the ground and said in shock, "Your Excellency, what happened? There's an infiltrator." Before Igor could finish his sentence, his gaze suddenly froze on the adjutant. The adjutant retracted his gaze from the flesh and blood on the ground and raised his head bit by bit. There were no eyebrows, eyes, nose, or mouth on his face. Just like the person who had knocked on the door, it was empty on the surface. Jaeger's heart trembled, and his whole body instantly ignited, turning into flames that shot out in all directions. After the scarlet-red flames dispersed, they soared to the front and gathered together, surrounding the adjutant inside. The flames quickly dispersed, revealing the charred adjutant. The wind brought by the convection of heat and cold blew past, and the adjutant disintegrated into ashes. The flames didn't stop. One after another, they flew out of the room and reformed into the burly Igor in midair. At this moment, he saw seabirds flying around him. Each seabird had a human head without any facial features. Their faces were bald. Igor snorted and released a circle of blazing flames around him, allowing them to sweep towards the strange seabirds at high speeds. At this moment, he heard the sound of metal rubbing and immediately looked over with the help of the soldier's vision. With this look, his body suddenly turned cold, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. On another sailing battleship in the Sonia Sea Fleet, the cannons seemed to come alive and possess a life of their own. They turned on their own and aimed into the air. As for the cannonballs, they took the initiative to enter the cannons. Boom, boom, boom. Just as these cannonballs were fired, they were hit by fireballs that drew different arcs, detonating midway. Seizing this opportunity, Igor quickly chanted the honorific name of the Sonia Sea Theater's supreme commander. It was a weather warlock from the royal family. The ruler of the fog on the battlefield, the symbol of weather changes, the totem of storms and lightning, the great Ahamadoa Einhorn. This was also the reason why it was difficult to kill a demigod of the same level with advance warning. They could always find an opportunity to seek help. Of course, the attacker, Klein's main goal was to create a strange scene to scare a demigod and help him digest the potion. He didn't have any intention of successfully hunting. Upon seeing this situation, he immediately got Konas and Inuni to switch positions with him after having achieved his goal of hiding underwater. He then teleported them away. As for Igor, he didn't let down his guard. His mind remained tense as he guarded against any possible attack. Only when the angel responded did he truly heave a sigh of relief. Following that, Igor didn't let the fleet stay any longer. He abandoned the sailing battleship that had become a strange legend and left the waters. After a while, a seabird flew over from the sailing battleship that had regained its silence and landed on the mast. The seabird had obvious dark circles under its eyes. It looked around and spoke in human language. It looked around and said in human language, "I smell the aura of a seer demigod." Chapter 11:19. Bakeland, East Borough, in a cramped rental apartment. Klein, who was wearing a thick jacket, stood behind his desk and looked at the glass window in front of him. He carefully sensed the speed at which the Bizarro Sorcerer potion was digested. "It's really fast. It's more than what I digested in the past 3 months combined. However, there's nothing I can do about it. Before I obtained Life's Cane, it was difficult for me to provide sufficient treatment. I had to care if the frightened person's heart could withstand it, so it was impossible for me to go to the hospital to create urban legends. Similarly, if it wasn't for the outbreak of war, it would be rather difficult to find other demigods. Those whose whereabouts can be confirmed are mostly on their home turf. To secretly invade and create a strange sense of horror, I can't help but turn innocent people into marionettes. Even if there's no other choice, I wouldn't consider it. Klein shifted his attention away from himself and sighed silently. He then repeated a word inwardly. War. At this moment there were still street lamps in the distance. Eastborough was already pitch black, and occasionally, he could see police patrolling with lanterns in hand. And in the past, these police officers wouldn't be so active. Now, because of the outbreak of war, they had to carry out the corresponding prohibitions to ensure good public order. War. Klein softly repeated the word again, as he vaguely saw a portion of the outcome. Rouen King George III had finally broken through his shackles. He no longer needed to worry about which of the 7 deities would forcefully stop him. He could officially carry out the various rituals of the Black Emperor. What followed was mainly up to him, or rather, himself. As long as he could withstand the impact of the potion and maintain his necessary rationality, he would ascend to the position of deity and advance to sequence 0. The Einhorn family of Faceac had used a war that could affect the entire world to allow key members to digest the potion. Without much difficulty, they could prepare the corresponding rituals, and their overall strength would rise to a whole new level. As for Amon's brother, he consumed the potion amidst the rolling tides of this era and underwent a metamorphosis. He became a visionary, adding another true god to this world. As his thoughts wandered, a question suddenly popped up in Klein's mind. Can you accept such an ending? Can you accept such an ending? Klein opened his mouth and slowly closed it. Everything in front of him seemed to have penetrated the limits of time and distance, returning to the past, returning to another place. It was an extremely thick, slightly pungent, cold, and moist smog that permeated all of Backlund. It was pale yellow with hints of iron black. It was slightly suffocating, cold, and moist. He was a homeless man who was slowly approaching death under the attacks of disease, hunger, pain, and cold. He struggled to survive. He squeezed himself desperately for a portion of food and some remuneration. He didn't dare to be lazy at all. He finally saw the dawn of life and bought the ham that he had been longing for a long time. However, in the hazy haze, he fell head first and never got up again. It was a hard-working widow. In order to survive, and for her 2 children, she abandoned all her dignity and made herself shrewish. She used vulgarities and the humidity that came day after day, causing her joints to ache. She propped up a roof that could shelter her from the wind and rain. However, in the smog, the roof collapsed. The child she tried her best to protect also died in her arms. It was a young girl who yearned to study and fantasized about a beautiful future. She doted on her mother and sister. She worked in a room filled with water vapor, always carrying a tiny bit of hope. However, after the smog struck, she could no longer see the future she yearned for. It was a girl who studied hard under the care of her mother and sister. She was a girl who studied hard under the care of her mother and sister. She had experienced too many hardships and walked out of her predicament step by step. She had the hope to make herself better. She had the hope that her mother and sister would not be so tired. She had the hope that her family of 3 could live the life that they had imagined. However, all of this was shattered in the end. In that terrible smog, the girl was left alone. No matter how much pain and joy she had, she could not share it with her mother and sister. The family life that she had imagined had not appeared, and it would never happen again. It was a living creature that fell like straw. It was a pain that could never be erased. It was a pain that was engraved in the marrow of one family after another and one human after another. It was a student who clearly had a beautiful future, but only had half of his body left. His intestines flowed all over the ground. It was a child who came home from school only to suddenly realize that he had lost his parents and became an orphan. It was an ordinary person who rolled in pain and crawled with difficulty. He wanted to get closer to the future but was powerless to take his last breath. It was the people in the cemetery who were so silent that it made one's heart ache. They cried until they fainted several times. It was the land stained with blood. It was the sky that was covered in smoke. It was the cold and merciless cannonballs. And the mastermind who pushed and created all of this, the greatest culprit, would climb the stairs piled up with corpses to ascend to the throne step by step. He would receive cheers and get rid of aging. Can you accept such a development? Can you accept such an arrangement? Can you accept such an ending? No, I don't accept it. Klein was silent for a while before he suddenly spoke in a deep voice. His voice echoed in the room, overlapping and resonating with each other. No, I don't accept it. With the echo still lingering in his ears, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up bit by bit. He laughed self-deprecatingly. The 7 deities have already tacitly agreed. What's the point of not accepting it? Klein fell silent again. After a long time, he exhaled and said to himself with a calm expression, even if it's meaningless, some things still have to be done. In this world, how could there be so many things that were guaranteed to be successful, valuable, and useful? The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. He retracted his gaze, turned around, and entered the room inside the rental apartment. Although he had already made up his mind, he didn't plan on doing it rashly. With his present level and status, no matter what he did, it was very difficult for him to affect George III matters. Apart from losing his life, there would be no other outcome. Furthermore, if he were to cause chaos in Rouen during a critical period of the war, allowing the Faisac army to successfully invade, the number of innocent deaths would be 10 times or even 100 times greater than the Great Smog of Bakeland. All I can do now is make preparations. On the one hand, I have to improve myself. On the other hand, I have to make more arrangements and wait patiently for an opportunity. Klein muttered to himself silently. He found a blob of black paste, split it in half, and evenly smeared it on a mirror. This was the way to contact Demonis Trissy. However, even when the black substance completely evaporated and disappeared, the mirror still didn't show any abnormalities. There's no response. After being frightened by Miss Messenger, an angel, Trissy has already decided not to have any contact with German Sparrow. Klein sighed inwardly and walked to the side of the bed to sit down. His train of thought quickly shifted to the reason why the Demonist sect was helping King George III. Firstly, the Demonesses need a calamity to digest the potion and hold a ritual. Secondly, George III made a certain promise to them? He promised that they could openly preach. No, this is likely something that the 7 deities wouldn't allow. Even if the Black Emperor is a sequence 0, together with the primordial Demonis and the true Creator, there's no way for him to fight the 7 deities alliance. Of course, after this war, it's still a question if the 7 deities alliance will still exist. This way, the 7 deities who know that George III is cooperating with the Demonist sect shouldn't have allowed him to become the Black Emperor. The promise is about something else? The Demonist pathway has a true god, and there are very few valuable items outside. A neighboring pathway? Isn't that the Red Priest pathway? George III, no, that brother of Amon, not only grasped the secret mausoleum needed by the Black Emperor from Blood Emperor Alistitutor, but he also obtained an angel-level Beyonder characteristic or a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Red Priest pathway. In a situation where a sequence 0 doesn't have a sequence 1, this is probably the greatest hope for the Demonist sect's upper echelons to advance further. Yes, the primordial Demonis will likely be very interested. This can explain why the Demonist sect is providing help. The Red Angel evil spirit's search for Demonis of White Katarina isn't as simple as he made it out to be. No, he didn't say anything. He only used common sense and reaction to guide me to think that way. Klein's thoughts gradually became clear. He decided to use Demonis of White Katarina as a breakthrough point and make her his next target. However, before that, he wanted to hear what Queen Mystic Bernadette's prophecy was and what she wanted to do in Bakeland. Only by understanding the situation better could he find and seize the opportunity. The next morning, the hermit Catlia conveyed Queen Mystic Bernadette's words. Between 12 and 12:30 this afternoon, Srenzo Restaurant, Golden Theater. It was the name of a private room. Klein arrived at 11:55. He used an illusion to fool the waiter and arrived outside the target's room without anyone stopping him. He then waited patiently. After a while, he took out his golden pocket watch, snapped it open, and took a look. Klein put away his pocket watch and silently counted to 10. Then, he raised his hand and knocked on the door of the Golden Theater. At that moment, his marionette, Konas, was sitting on a bench opposite the restaurant, leisurely reading the newspapers. Anuni was with a group of students, distributing flyers that promoted the evil image of Faceac. Of course, the three of them would switch positions from time to time, making it impossible to make an accurate judgment. "Please come in." Bernadette's voice sounded from the room. "Impressive. I didn't notice anyone inside, nor did I notice anyone entering. Yes, it's also because I didn't activate my spirit body thread's vision." Klein mumbled to himself as he turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. The first thing he saw was a large expanse of gold, followed by the chestnut-haired woman sitting at the end of the dining table. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday, 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 11:20. Bernadette was wearing an Intis-style white blouse as she sat there quietly. Her long chestnut-colored hair cascaded down naturally, and her straight eyebrows were perfectly spread apart. She had the bearing of a professional woman from Earth, one that had been in a high position for a long time. The Emperor has quite an influence on Queen Mystic's aesthetic standards. However, it's limited by the surrounding environment, preventing it from being fully reflected. Klein took off his hat, pressed it to his chest, and bowed slightly. Then, he casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Bernadette's blue eyes that resembled a concentrated sea swept over him as her voice sounded gently and calmly. "Why did you contact me so urgently? Aren't you a clairvoyant? Didn't you receive any revelations?" Klein subconsciously replied inwardly, but he immediately felt that he had been too inflated. This should be the aftereffects of communicating with the Red Angel evil spirit for too long. With his level, he will naturally affect the people around him. If he is willing, this influence can definitely become corruption. Klein quickly did a self-examination and came to a certain conclusion. He pondered for a moment and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Have you completed your matters in Bakeland?" Bernadette slowly shook her head. "No. It can even be said that it has already failed." Klein used a single word to express his surprise and puzzlement. Bernadette glanced at him and spoke unhurriedly. "The Sequence 2 potion of the Mystery Prior Pathway has a strange name. The Sequence 2 potion of the Mystery Prior Pathway has a strange name. It's called Sage. To advance to this level, one has to stop a calamity that involves high-level powers. Sage. The hidden sage's sage comes from here." Klein was momentarily enlightened. Just as he was about to press further, he heard Queen Mystic continue, "That's right. I foresaw that such an opportunity would appear in Bakeland, so I made arrangements here many years in advance. Recently, I've been staying here for a long period of time. Unfortunately, my prophecy was for the second half of this year. I wasn't in Bakeland at the end of last year, so I wasn't able to stop the Great Smog. And in this war, I've tried my best to do something, and I've achieved certain results. Who knew that Faceac would directly launch an air strike on Bakeland, causing the disaster to happen? That's why you said it failed." Klein nodded indiscernibly and sighed. "I never expected the war to start with the Faceations either." As he spoke, Klein sighed inwardly. Queen Mystic's advancement ritual could be said to be difficult, but it wasn't too difficult either. It all depended on one's encounters. One had to know that before he became a demigod, he had already stopped the true Creator's descent twice, saving Tingen and Bakeland. He could definitely satisfy the ritual requirements to become a sage, but under normal circumstances, how could there be so many similar disasters? Furthermore, how could they be easily prevented? Just like this time, Amon's brother had been plotting for 1,000 years. Even if something were to happen to King George III, the war would still erupt as he had expected. This was because there was no way to undo the knot of the death pathway's uniqueness. This made Klein suspect that Mr. Aztec's life in the northern continent had always been arranged by Amon's brother. Otherwise, without the transformation mask, how could he have escaped the attention of the various churches with his amnesia? More importantly, in this life, for some reason, Aztec had directly used his true name. And this similarly didn't raise any suspicions, nor did it attract any investigations. Was all of this part of your plans? Amon's brother. Upon thinking of this, Klein experienced some form of post-traumatic stress disorder as his body nearly trembled. He silently drew a breath and added as he looked at Queen Mystic, "That's right. This war involves the Son of the Creator, the kings of angels, and the true deities. It's not something you can stop." With Bernadette's knowledge, and experience, her expression changed slightly when she heard this. She softly repeated a few key words: the Son of the Creator, kings of angels, true deities. She wasn't too surprised by this, as though she had a certain level of foresight. However, even a clairvoyant wasn't able to see the script of Amon's brother. After repeating it, Bernadette fell silent for 2 to 3 seconds before sighing and muttering to herself, "So that's how it is." Klein adjusted his sitting posture as his thoughts raced. "Actually, this war is also an opportunity for you. Following this, there will be many disasters. There will be no lack of them caused by the clash of angel-level powers. I believe that you should at least be in control of a level 0 sealed artifact. You can stop it at critical moments. Of course, you have to choose the right timing and method." Bernadette nodded gently in agreement with Klein's words. She also tacitly agreed that she had at least one grade 0 sealed artifact. Of course, as the daughter of a protagonist of the previous era, as the most beloved child of Roselle the Great, it would be unbelievable if her father didn't leave her 1 or 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts. And more importantly, Bernadette was already preparing for the ritual to advance to Sage. This meant that she definitely had the corresponding sequence 2 beyond her characteristic. To a certain extent, this was equivalent to a grade 0 sealed artifact. After tacitly agreeing, Queen Mystic Bernadette's gentle but emotionless voice had a subtle change. "However, I still don't like war, even though it can bring me opportunities. I once hated him and couldn't understand him. As a result, I didn't call him Dad for many years. It was because in his later years, in order to advance to Black Emperor, he did too many things that went against the trend of the times and harmed innocent people. I couldn't accept my heroic father becoming a crazy tyrant, and now, through the answer of the person behind you, and through my own investigations, I have some understanding of his situation. I understand that he's suffering from despair, pain, and loneliness. I understand that he's like a drowning person, instinctively struggling with all his might." Klein sighed when he heard that, finding it difficult to calm down. There were probably only 2 people in the world who knew Huang Tao Roselle Gustave the best. Of course, this didn't stop him from noticing that Queen Mystic Bernadette's state was a little different today. In the past few meetings, this princess had never spoken so much. She had never opened her heart so directly. At most, she would blow a symphony to vent some of her sorrow in a reserved manner. After some thought, Klein pretended not to notice and asked, "What's the matter? When did he start to change? Do you think there were any signs before this, or anything worth paying attention to?" Queen Mystic's deep blue eyes moved slightly as though she had fallen into a long period of memories. After a while, she slowly opened her mouth. "Not long before that," he said to me proudly. "Haven't you always wanted to know what's on the moon and other planets around us? In the future, perhaps our journey will be in the Sea of Stars." The Sea of Stars. What's on the moon and other planets? Klein ruminated over Queen Mystic's words and suddenly thought of a keyword and something. The key word was starry sky. That matter was, Mr. Dorr had once told Roselle the Great that when he had the ability and opportunity, he could head to the moon to take a look. That would resolve many of his questions. The great emperor eventually went there? That hysterical diary was written after that exploration? In the end, he unknowingly changed his personality, becoming extreme and extreme? Klein recalled the corresponding content. Under Queen Mystic Bernadette's gaze, he deliberated and said, "At your level, you should more or less know that corruption comes from the cosmos." Bernadette nodded and didn't press further, as though she knew that the German sparrow sitting opposite her wasn't aware either. She knew that only a demigod at the angel level could sense and resist such corruption. Klein exchanged looks with her in silence for about 10 seconds before bringing up the topic of his visit. One of the reasons for this war was that King George III of Rouen discovered the 9 secret mausoleums left behind by Blood Emperor Tudor. He had the pathway to the Black Emperor and became a Sequence 0. For this reason, he repealed the Grain Act. Klein didn't care if Queen Mystic had any understanding of these matters. He roughly explained the main points at his own pace. The Dark Emperor does have the ability to revive, but once a new Dark Emperor appears, the original one will completely perish. Originally, he was referring to Roselle the Great, who might have succeeded but was assassinated. At times, Klein even suspected if Roselle had deliberately given others a chance to perish on the spot. This way, when he resurrected from the astral world and regained control of the uniqueness and absorbed 3 Sequence 1 characteristics, he wouldn't take back the characteristics of Knowledge Emperor, Arcane Scholar, and the other pathways. He could make himself pure and escape from madness. This was a way to seek life in the midst of death, but the premise was that Roselle's ritual had been successful. He had died during or after the ritual, not before. Queen Mystic Bernadette listened quietly and slowly said, "I'm not sure. You want to stop George III?" "Yes." Klein nodded frankly. "Why?" Bernadette pressed without any change in her tone. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he smiled. "Some laughable reasons that aren't worth mentioning." Bernadette's gaze paused on his face for a moment. "That's enough. I'm also doing it for something that has a slim chance of never happening. When it comes to stopping George III, we can work together." "They're all laughable people." Klein sighed inwardly. "I'll give you the summoning method for the messenger." "All right." Bernadette reached out her right hand and patted the table. The fountain pen that was placed beside her suddenly leaped up as though it was being held by an invisible spirit. It freely and smoothly wrote on the paper. "This is the summoning method for my messenger," Bernadette said calmly. Note 1. The diary content is in Part 3, Chapter 233, Madness in Old Age. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 11:21. Queen Mystic's powers are all very dreamy. No, it's like a fairy tale. Klein glanced at the fountain pen that was writing on its own and took out a pen and paper from his pocket. He wrote the incantation to summon his messenger and noted that he needed to pay a gold coin for every letter. Following that, he handed the piece of paper to Bernadette and took the piece of paper from her. He quickly scanned through it. An invisible creature that roams the upper realm, a strange spirit body that is friendly to humans, a messenger that belongs solely to Bernadette Gustave. There's a certain difference from a standard incantation, but it's essentially the same. Yes, Queen Mystic must have deliberately made it this way to prevent others from testing out the summoning incantation. By using the connection between the messenger and the contractor, she can lock onto her. It's fine for me. My messenger is an angel. Only he can threaten others, and no one can threaten her. Even if he encounters Zeradal, he should have the ability to protect himself. Klein mumbled inwardly as he shook the paper in his hand, producing a scarlet flame. Seeing the paper turn to black ashes in the flames, Queen Mystic Bernadette asked in an emotionless voice, "What are your thoughts on stopping George III? What are your thoughts on stopping George III?" Klein had long considered it as he deliberately slowed down. First, don't be rash. Don't take risks that you can't bear. Don't harm the innocent. If it wasn't for Queen Mystic Bernadette mentioning that she hated war and hurting innocent people, Klein wouldn't have said so directly to prevent himself from exposing his weakness. He would have changed his method and used a gentler and more roundabout method to achieve his goal. Upon hearing this, Bernadette nodded slightly in agreement. Then, there are only 3 ideas. One is to destroy the ritual at the critical moment, causing George III advancement to fail. The second is to attempt an assassination ahead of time, preventing him from holding the ritual. Klein deliberately didn't mention the third idea as he first analyzed the feasibility of the first 2. Assassination is an extremely slim choice. George III, or rather, the one who will become the Black Emperor, should already be at the sequence 1. He's not someone we can deal with. Even if he hasn't advanced to sequence 1, he must have done acting ahead of time. Once he completes the ritual and consumes the potion, he will be able to quickly digest it and lay the foundation for the future. Of course, even if it's an extremely unlikely situation, that person will definitely be a sequence 2. And the Augustus family definitely doesn't lack grade 0 sealed artifacts. Together with the surrounding protection, there's no chance of us succeeding. Here, Klein changed the way he addressed George III from he to he. Bernadette listened calmly and thought for a few seconds as though she was making an assessment. As long as we can create a good enough opportunity, it's possible to assassinate a sequence 2, but at least one of us will die, or both of us. What she meant was that the grade 0 sealed artifact she wielded was sufficiently powerful, magical, and terrifying. However, to fully unleash it, the price would be huge. If that's the case, there's really a chance. As I lied just now, if I really had to use all my strength, I can still seek help from Will Ossepton, Pallas Zoroast, and Miss Messenger. I can get them to use the yesterday once more charm to restore them to their normal states in a short period of time. The problem is that I don't know how much of a price I'll have to pay, what kind of changes it will cause to the situation, and if it will involve kings of angels like Ouroboros and Amon. If only Mr. Aztec had woken up. With the 4 angels and Queen Mystic's grade 0 sealed artifact, as long as he created a chance, even a sequence 1 would be able to target it. Of course, the chances of failure are extremely high. After all, there's no way to last long. Klein's heart stirred when he heard that, but he didn't discuss it further. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to be honest in the cooperation, nor was it that he didn't trust Queen Mystic, but that Will Ossepton and Pallas Zoroast were being pursued. Once their whereabouts were exposed, it was very likely that they would perish. This was a development that Klein absolutely didn't wish to see. He said vaguely, "If there's really only assassination left, I can seek the help of at least 2 angels." This referred to Death Consul Aztec Eggers and Snake of Fate Will Ossepton, whom Bernadette knew of. The latter had guessed it from the drop of mythical creature blood. Bernadette was taken aback, which was a rare sight. This is that person's will? Without the fool's consent, how could his blessed invite an angel to help him? He tacitly agreed to it. Klein said the absolute truth. Queen Mystic's blue eyes immediately turned a little deeper. She didn't say another word as she slowly nodded. Klein steered the topic back on track. Destroying the ritual might be relatively simple, but it has to be done at the most critical moment. Otherwise, to George III, it would only be delaying his ascension to godhood for a period of time. He has already obtained the tacit approval of the deities, so he doesn't need to worry about anything. Even if the mausoleum is destroyed, it wouldn't take long for he to rebuild it. And destroying it at the critical moment will cause his advancement to fail, causing him to lose control and turn into a monster. No deity would allow such a creature to wreak havoc in the real world. He would definitely descend and obliterate it. The problem is that with a king of angels' warning and help, George III wouldn't take this lightly. He would definitely arrange for the strictest protection. The difficulty might be slightly lower than directly assassinating him. This requires us to gather information as soon as possible and find a place that can be used. And be it the first or second train of thought, it's best if you advance to sequence 2 ahead of time and become a sage. Bernadette nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. She then said, "What's the third train of thought?" Klein fell silent for a few seconds. If the ritual had succeeded back then, the Emperor would have advanced to sequence 0. Then, he would still have a chance of resurrection. As long as we can find the setup left behind by the Emperor before George III ascends to the divine throne and make him return, George III's scheme will fail. He didn't use he to address Roselle like Bernadette did to prevent himself from exposing his identity. Queen Mystic's eyes clearly flickered for a moment before turning deep and restrained. Her lips moved slightly. "I'll hand the selected diary pages to Catlia." Klein didn't dwell on the matter as he smiled. "Actually, there's a fourth train of thought." Bernadette twitched her eyebrows slightly as she expressed her puzzlement. "That is to do nothing and allow George III to hold the ritual and attempt to become a god, waiting for him to fail." Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. On the sequence pathway, the higher the chances of failure are. This was actually the truth. Even with the script written by Amon's brother and the various possibilities of success, even if George III perfectly digested the potion from before, the chances of him advancing to godhood wouldn't exceed 50%. Of course, Klein was only teasing himself by saying that. Queen Mystic Bernadette didn't immediately respond as she seriously looked at German Sparrow for a few seconds. "The feeling you give off this time is different from the previous few times. This is my psychiatrist's suggestion." Klein smiled, describing himself as a serious mental patient. Bernadette didn't say anything else as she retracted her gaze and looked at the pen lying on the table. "Then, let's begin gathering the corresponding information and maintain correspondence." Having said that, she paused for a moment before continuing. Her gaze didn't move. "Actually, I'm wondering if he's already in the preliminary stages of resurrection, but he's still trying to find his past self. I'm not sure what kind of details are hidden in the Black Emperor's resurrection, nor do I know if he really chose the Black Emperor in the end." Bernadette's voice gradually became ethereal, with an indescribable feeling. As Klein listened, he suddenly understood what Queen Mystic was thinking and what she was hoping for. She suspected that the fool was the resurrected Roselle. She suspected that this emperor had fooled everyone back then and had no intention of switching to the Black Emperor pathway. Instead, he had chosen another path, resulting in him searching for past diary entries and cards of blasphemy to find himself. "Unfortunately, I'm just Uncle Joe next door." Klein originally wanted to make a witty remark inwardly, but his emotions gradually settled down, making it difficult for him to force himself to relax. Without saying a word, he stood up, bowed, wore his hat, and left the room. After closing the door to the Golden Theater and taking 2 steps forward, Klein suddenly heard a serene and melodious melody. This melody was ethereal and had a hint of sadness to it. Klein stopped and listened for a few seconds before turning back to the hall and leaving with flaming jump. In the City of Silver, a team was gathered at the city gate and was about to set off. This was a team heading to Afternoon Town in preparation to explore the giant king's court. Derek Berg stood in the middle. He was the second shortest, and he held a bronze cross with spikes. To his left and right were Joshua and Chaim. They were prepared to receive the unshadowed crucifix at any moment to prevent Derek's Beyonder characteristic from being purged. Such a sealed artifact required 3 people to take turns wielding it to resist the negative effect. As he lowered his head to size up the creator's relic, Derek suddenly felt that someone was watching him. He subconsciously looked up and realized that it was a member of the 6-member council, Shepherd Elder Lovia. This shortest lady in the team had silver-gray, slightly curly hair. She was looking at the ancient, mottled, unshadowed crucifix with her light gray eyes. Her gaze was burning. Sensing Derek's gaze, the corners of the Shepherd Elder's mouth twitched as she revealed an indescribable smile. "This is the Lord's item." Derek shivered for some baffling reason as he heard Chief Colin Iliad say, "Let's go. Let's go." P.S. Recommending a book, Black-Bellied Sword Emperor's Rebirth. After a Sword Emperor was reborn, he obtained the good and evil system, and his journey of rising to prominence was hilarious. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 11:22. In a small alley in the Bakeland Bridge area, Zio once again met the MI9 personnel in charge of contacting her. "This is the reward you exchanged for with your contributions. It's a total of £2,500. Heh, I helped you get an extra £500. The golden-masked man threw a bulging envelope at Zio. Zio caught it accurately without counting. She instinctively pressed it down and sincerely said, "Thank you. Thank you." The golden-masked man waved his hand. "You're welcome. This is also a good thing for me. If you still don't let go of the past, I'm very worried that one day I'll go to the military court." "Are you still going to stay in Bakeland?" "Yes, I'm already used to life in the city. Once the war stops, I'll bring my family here." Zio said the words she had long thought of. "When the war ends." The golden-masked man repeated Zio's words with an odd tone. He smiled and said, "May the Lord bless us to live until the end of the war." The Lord here referred to the Lord of Storms. "I believe in the goddess," Zio replied seriously. "You know what I mean." The golden-masked man waved his hand. "Then, do you still plan to accept MI9's commission?" "I won't reject the opportunity to earn money." Zio scratched her slightly coarse hair and said half-truths. "Yes." The golden-masked man nodded and said, "During the war, the main task is to deal with the spies of various countries. If there is a suitable mission for you, I will look for you." "All right." After Zio replied, she didn't stop and carefully left the dark alley. After watching her leave, the golden-masked man looked at the shadow in the corner. She must have been used by a certain force and was abandoned after they stopped investigating the matter. A deep voice came from the shadows in the corner. "That's what it looks like on the surface, but in reality, there's no need to pursue the matter or worry about it. Even if she figures out the truth and spreads it, it won't affect His Majesty. The Church of Evernight has already tacitly agreed to it. That's for the best." The golden-masked man sighed. After returning to her residence at the edge of Eastborough, Zio said to Furs, who was reading a newspaper by the bed, "Took £2,500. Furs put down the newspaper. Her eyes moved slightly as she focused on calculating. "That's enough." Hugh had over £600 in savings, and with the £2,500, she had £3,100 at her disposal after necessary living expenses. As for the Judge Potion formula, she had bought it for £2,000, and the Beyonder characteristic was £3,500. In other words, she was still short of £2,400. Furs would lend her the money. After lending this sum of money, Furs's savings would drop to £780. However, this didn't affect her much. She had the subsequent potion formulas and main ingredients, so she wouldn't have any huge expenses for a long time. Occasionally, she would even earn some money by renting out Lamino's travels. "Okay." Zio nodded. "I'll complete the transaction as soon as possible and strive to advance to Sequence 6 as soon as possible." Seeing that her friend's matter was settled, Furs turned to worry about herself. "I don't know when my scribe potion will be completely digested. Now that the war has broken out, it will be much safer to have traveling powers. The focus of a scribe is definitely on recording. When I become a judge, you will have new Beyonder powers that you can repeatedly record. This should speed up the digestion of the potion, Zio said in thought as she pulled a chair and sat down. Furs sighed. I suspect that apart from recording beyond her powers, I also need to record the scenery and folklore of different places. Only then can I match up with the subsequent traveler. But now that the war has broken out, it's fine to head inland, but going elsewhere will definitely be difficult and dangerous. Sigh, the price of bread has increased. It's nearly a quarter of a penny per pound. It's more expensive than before the Grain Act was repealed. Indeed. Zio thought seriously and agreed with Furz's conclusion. The two fell into silence. After about 10 seconds, Zio suddenly had an idea. Actually, there's a very simple solution. What is it? Furz sat up slightly as she blurted out a question. You can pay that person to bring you on a trip. Zio was very careful not to mention the person's codename or name. Every time, you'll be thrown into an unfamiliar place for 3 to 4 days or even a week before being picked up. It won't take long for you to record all sorts of folklore. Furthermore, you can also rent some mystical items from them to record beyond your powers. This can not only strengthen you, but it can also help you digest them. That's right. Furz's eyes lit up when she heard that. Only then did she realize that her usage of the tarot gathering was extremely superficial. After the pleasant surprise, Furz's brows gradually furrowed. This was because this method meant that she would have to frequently interact with the world, German Sparrow. And just the thought of that crazy adventurer made her tremble. Indeed, there's nothing that doesn't come with a price. In order to digest the potion, I have to take the risk. Finally, Furz made up her mind. She planned on making the request on the tarot next week, in an apartment a few streets away from where Zio and Furz lived. Klein, who had just returned from the Srenzo restaurant, was sitting in front of a table. He quickly flipped through the day's newspapers and summarized the more important information. The Sonia Sea fleet of the Fasak Empire has withdrawn from Pritz Harbor. Their whereabouts are unknown. Admiral Amirius of the Department of Defense has expressed his intention to strengthen the coastal defenses. He has also ordered the 3 ironclad fleets to return. There's no need to be in a rush. They should make more detours to prevent themselves from being ambushed. The Fasak twin-headed giant legion invaded Winter County's Amantha mountain range and encountered intense resistance. They failed to pass through a few major fortresses. The Fasak conquest fleet attacked Constant and other heavy industrial cities on the east coast of Mid-Seashire. A large-scale naval battle broke out with the kingdom's Mid-Seashire fleet. Both sides suffered losses. East Balam's Fasak and Rowan's colonial army are at war in many places. The other countries have yet to express their intentions clearly. In the corresponding capitals, ambassadors are running around and urgently carrying out diplomatic mediation. The radio waves carry all kinds of important information as they crisscross between the different cities of the northern and southern continents. It's still in the early stages of the war. Klein didn't think that the diplomats could stop the war. He put down the newspaper and thought about how he should gather the relevant information regarding George III Black Emperor ritual. According to normal logic, before Blood Emperor Alista went mad, he would tend to do things reasonably. That is to say, it's impossible for he to build 9 mausoleums in a secret place. It's very easy for he to be wiped out, causing the resurrection to fail. Therefore, in the area around Bakeland in other parts of the kingdom, there should be 8 similar mausoleums. They haven't been exposed, so they might not be as tightly protected as Ruin One. This might give me a chance. The Red Angel evil spirit might know something, but I can't contact him now. Ignoring the danger of chanting his honorific name, just this action will expose my intention to prevent George III from becoming the Black Emperor. To a terrifying conspirer, there are too many things that he can use. Queen Mystic might have certain channels and clues, but I can't rely on her alone. The Church probably doesn't know how many secret ruins of the Blood Emperor are or where they are. I should attack the key figures around the king, such as the royal family's demigods who are deeply involved in this matter? They definitely have the corresponding vigilance. Furthermore, the Augustus family's angel and the ancient secret organization's angel will most likely be watching from the shadows. In addition, as long as something happens to a royal family demigod, George III will definitely be able to guess that someone is trying to stop him from becoming a god, right? Demoness of White Caterina. Compared to the royal family's demigods, she's easier to deal with and won't attract attention. Yes, in theory, George III, who has already obtained the tacit approval of the few churches, doesn't need to cooperate with the Demoness sect. There's also no need for that. If it wasn't for certain reasons that both parties are completely bound together, the first thing he would do now would be to sever ties with the Demoness sect. Of course, he probably won't directly betray the Demoness sect. On the one hand, the demonesses are also good at scheming, so he will definitely be wary of this. On the other hand, if he infuriates the upper echelons of the Demoness sect, George III Black Emperor ritual might not be that safe. This is a secret organization with a true god, a grade 0 sealed artifact, and an angel. As long as George III still has his reason, the right thing to do is to follow the agreement and give him everything that needs to be given. Then, he will send the members of the Demoness sect away. During this process, he will use the power of the Mind Domain's angel or even a king of angels to wipe the key memories of the Demoness sect's participants. This way, even if Demoness of White Caterina disappears for a period of time, it won't garner George III vigilance. He wouldn't even know. And from the Demoness sect's point of view, the matter is over. The various churches have tacitly agreed to it. Demoness of White and the others don't need to completely hide like before. They can move about freely. To Queen Mystic and me, this is an opportunity. Yes, Vice Admiral Ailment might very well appear again. From her looks and the attitude of Demoness of White back then, she and Caterina should be related by blood to a certain extent. With this in mind, Klein exhaled and cast his gaze out the window. I hope Anderson and Doniz can find that pirate admiral as soon as possible. I hope that the City of Miracles in Roselle's travels can effectively destroy the influence of the Mind Domain. And all he could do now was wait patiently. Berserk Sea, Theros Island. Doniz said to Anderson with a look of delight. I heard some news. Southwest of here, on an abnormal sea route, there's an island that doesn't have many resources but is sufficiently hidden. Chapter 11:23. You suspect that Vice Admiral Ailment's fleet is hiding there? Upon hearing Donna's words, Anderson asked in thought. Danitz replied excitedly, That's right. It's very likely. Didn't the Black Death vanish after it sailed west out of Theros Island? Anderson curled his lips and chuckled. If Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts could be so easily found out by you, why would she need to hide? How can an island that even you can find out about be considered well hidden? Hey, what do you mean? Doniz felt like he had been mocked. Anderson spread out his hands and said, I don't mean anything. I'm just using my brain to analyze the situation. That island likely exists, but it's either one that many people here know about, or someone deliberately released the news. If it's the former, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's fleet definitely wouldn't be hiding there. If it's the latter, that's interesting. Who would release the news? Doniz was a little angry in the beginning, but he gradually followed Anderson's train of thought and analyzed the situation. A trap set by some pirates or adventurers, but an island without any resources can't attract people to explore it. Vice Admiral Ailment herself? In order to find out who is tracking her? Anderson smiled and said, That's right. Not bad. With my guidance, you've improved quite a bit. Otherwise, I suspect that even if you drank the Conspirer potion, you wouldn't be able to improve your brain. You would only mutate your enemy to become stupid and pull him into a domain you're familiar with, thereby defeating him. That wasn't said by me. It was said by Roselle the Great. After this period of searching, Anderson had already helped Donna's obtain a portion of the Conspire potion's main ingredient and nearly all the supplementary ingredients. He was just short of the final step to succeed. "I suspect that you have such an ability," Donna's mumbled softly as a response. Anderson didn't pay attention to him and continued to speak. "If Vice Admiral Ailment got someone to release the news, that secret island must be a trap. Perhaps there's nothing there, with only mirrors monitoring the ships and humans that approach the island. Perhaps it's the important stronghold of the Demonist sect that German Sparrow mentioned." "Then what should we do next?" Donna's asked subconsciously. When Anderson heard this, he snorted. "You can't even think of such a simple thing? Of course, we'll go look for whoever you got this information from. We'll find out the source of their information. If we investigate layer by layer, we'll definitely find something." "That's right." Donna's wanted to nod his head in agreement, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, they turned into a heh. Near midnight, on the second floor of a casino, the brown-haired Buzz yawned and walked into his room. Before he could light the candle with the help of the moonlight outside the window, he suddenly saw a bright white flame in front of him, which made him temporarily unable to see. Buzz's heart tightened as he suddenly pounced to the side and rolled on the ground. Just as he rolled twice, his movements came to an abrupt halt as though someone had used a petrification spell on him. This was because a bone-piercing chill and a slight stabbing pain came from his neck. This made him have no doubt that if he moved forward a little more, blood would definitely spray out onto the roof. "What are you trying to do?" At that moment, Buzz's vision had already recovered. He saw a blond man standing beside him with one hand in his pocket and a pitch-black short sword in the other. Beside the window was a fellow wearing a black cloak with a hood covering most of his face. Donna's didn't answer Buzz's question as he looked at Anderson in surprise. "Why didn't you disguise yourself?" "How can others know who to hate if I disguise myself?" Anderson replied indifferently. Donna's exhaled. "Thankfully, I haven't been infected by your crappy habit." "It's fine," Anderson said with a smile. Anderson chuckled. "Anyone on Theros Island can find out who I've been hanging out with." **T. Donna's blurted out a curse. Buzz, who had his short sword pressed to his neck, didn't dare move. All he could do was listen quietly. He felt like he had returned to Trier and was watching a farce. What are the two of them here for? This intelligence peddler was deeply puzzled. At this moment, Anderson retracted his gaze and looked down at Buzz. "Who told you about the secret island that deviates from the main sea route and is located southwest?" Buzz suddenly came to a realization as he looked at Donna's by the window. "It's you." In the past few days, this piece of information had only been sold to one person. He was recognized so quickly? Donna's was momentarily at a loss for words. Anderson pressed down the pitch-black short sword in his hand slightly, making the stabbing pain even more obvious. "Please respect the order." Buzz immediately felt as if his life was rapidly slipping away. He hurriedly replied, It's Vice Admiral Ailment." "When did she tell you? Why did she tell you?" Anderson continued asking without any surprise. "The night before the Black Death left Theros Island," Buzz replied quickly, afraid that he would die from excessive bleeding. He was afraid that he would bleed to death. "I didn't ask her why. At that time, I only cared about admiring her beauty. As expected of the famous Ailment Maiden of the Five Seas. Even after a long time, Buzz couldn't hide his admiration when he recalled the extremely dangerous situation he was in. "Is this the charm of a demoness?" Anderson muttered to himself before asking, "Do you have a way to contact her?" "No." Baz quickly shook his head and said, "She asked me to remember all the people who asked about her whereabouts and to tell her when she returned to Theros Island. If anyone really left the port after obtaining information about that hidden island, let them go." "Is that so?" "Very reasonable." Anderson nodded and retracted the pitch-black short sword. "Is it a trap?" "I don't know either," Buzz answered frankly. Anderson didn't say a word as he searched Buzz's body and the money in his room. Then, he pointed his short sword at the intelligence peddler. I wanted to kill you, but that way, no one would hate me. Live well and curse me a few more times a day. He then turned around and walked to Donna's side. Together, they jumped out of the window and disappeared into the night without street lamp. Buzz touched his bleeding neck and stood up in fear. He ran to the window and confirmed that the two of them had disappeared. Thankfully, I encountered this fellow who seems to have some mental problems. Otherwise, I'd be dead today. He closed the window, locked the wooden door, and carefully checked the room. Finally, he sat down and gulped down half a bottle of Lanti-Proof. With the help of the alcohol, Buzz collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Time ticked by, and it slowly arrived at 3 in the morning. Suddenly, Buzz sat up. His eyes were bright and spirited, and he didn't show any signs of drunkenness. He found a dagger, pried open a wooden floor in the room, and picked up a thumb-sized ball of paper from below. After the white paper unfolded layer by layer, there was a sticky, paste-like black object in the middle. Buzz took a quarter of it and walked to the mirror in the room. He was about to smear the object on it. At this moment, he saw two figures reflected in the mirror. One was wearing a white shirt and a black vest. He had one hand in his pocket and was holding a short sword. The other was wearing a dark cloak that didn't reveal his face. Just as Baz's pupils dilated, he was punched in the back of the head by Danitz and fainted. His last memory was of a smiling voice saying, "He really didn't disappoint. He really didn't disappoint." He chuckled and said, "This fellow actually believed it. He believed that you didn't kill him because you wanted him to hate you." After dealing with Buzz, Donnas bent down to pick up the paste-like object that had fallen to the ground. His previous conversation with Anderson was actually a rehearsed play. It was to make it reasonable for Anderson to let Baz off and not be suspected. "This means that you acted well enough," Anderson said with a smile. "Acting as yourself is indeed different." T. Donnas cursed without any qualms. He then said wistfully, "I never expected him to be so patient." He waited until midnight before taking action. As for us, we were even more patient. If a hunter wants to capture his prey, he has to be patient. Sometimes he can even wait for a few days, Anderson replied in passing. To the two of them, this was actually something that couldn't be helped. Be it hunter, provocateur, pyromaniac, or reaper, none of them were good at mediumship, much less grasping the powers of hypnosis. If they wanted to obtain information, apart from torture and threats, they could only work hard on schemes. This sentence makes sense, but in the future, it will become the words I use to lecture others. Donnas looked at the black paste in his hand and said, "It seems like I have to wipe it on the surface of the mirror. Then, I'll be able to contact Vice Admiral Ailment?" "It seems like I have to wipe it on the surface of the mirror. Then, I'll be able to contact Vice Admiral Ailment? That should be the case. However, what's the point of contacting her? Asking her to have breakfast at Thero's Island?" Anderson mocked. Donnas also knew that he and Anderson had no way of influencing the person on the other side of the mirror. However, he instinctively wanted to do more and complete the mission given to him by German Sparrow better. He frowned slightly. "Then what do we do next?" "Of course we'll contact German Sparrow and leave him to handle the aftermath. This fellow is very mysterious in every aspect, so he should have a way to resolve it," Anderson said with a tsk. "Besides, the mission he gave us is to seek out Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts. There's already an outcome." Donnas tersely acknowledged and began taking out the candles and other items used for the ritual. "What are you doing?" Anderson asked with a slightly odd expression. Danitz didn't turn his head as he set up the altar. "To summon German Sparrow's messenger." Anderson fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "I'll head out for a smoke first. P.S. It's the end of the month. It would be a waste if I didn't cast my monthly votes." Chapter 11:24. It was just past 6 in the morning. All of Bakeland was still dark and very quiet. Most of the places were only illuminated by the light from the street lamp. Klein, who was wearing pajamas, sat on the bed and looked at Miss Messenger, who was holding 4 heads in her hands. He rubbed his temples and asked helplessly, who sent the letter? How was he going to let him sleep well? The 3 blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands answered one after another. You. That. No, Brain. Servant. Brain, Donna's. In the past, he prayed in the middle of the night, but now, he's sending letters in the morning. Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Following that, he received the letter from Miss Messenger. He unfolded it and his expression gradually turned solemn. This was because the timing of Donna's and Anderson discovering Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's whereabouts wasn't good. According to Klein's deduction, it wouldn't take long for the pirate admiral and demoness of White Catarina to regain their freedom. They wouldn't need to hide, making it easier to find them. Now, by dealing with the intelligence peddler, Baz, and obtaining the item to contact Tracy from him, the greatest possibility was to scare the target and make her continue hiding. Of course, Klein could seek Queen Mystic Bernadette's help to obtain a way to lock onto Vice Admiral Ailment through a mirror. However, the problem was that he suspected that the target was hiding in an important stronghold of the Demoness sect. It might even be the headquarters that stored Grade 0 sealed artifact. This way, even if he confirmed Tracy's whereabouts, he wouldn't dare teleport over to capture her. Therefore, contacting her would only alert the pirate admiral. And if he didn't take this opportunity to contact her, regardless of whether Baz was dead or alive, the news would spread after daybreak. Tracy would similarly be alerted. Seriously. However, this is also because Anderson and Donnes don't know the truth of the matter. They aren't aware of the changes in the situation in the Rouen Kingdom. Klein thought for a moment and said to Miss Messenger, "Wait a moment. Wait a minute, I'll write a reply." His original plan was to teleport over directly and decide what to do next, but after some consideration, he chose to write a letter. Although he believed that Zeradel wouldn't waste time on an obvious bait like Donna's, he still felt that he had to be more cautious. Even if Zeradel didn't do so, it didn't mean that the members of the secret order under him would do the same. In such a large secret organization, there were definitely a few demigods at the saint level. Once they were entangled, it would be troublesome. "All right," Rionette Tinker's head, which couldn't speak previously, answered first. Klein got up, walked out of the bedroom, and went to the room outside. He took out a pen and paper and wrote smoothly, "Find a way to knock Buzz out until morning. Then, leave his room immediately. Stay as far away from him as possible. There is great danger lurking there. Wait until dawn, then monitor Baz again, but don't alarm him." The so-called great danger was both a truth and a lie. Klein's main goal was to get Anderson and Donnes to leave the scene and lure away any possible surveillance. After putting down the pen and reading it again, Klein folded the letter and handed it to Miss Messenger, Rionette Tinker, who had followed him out. 3:10 in the morning, Berserk Sea, Theros Island, in Buzz's room. Donnes had just tidied up the altar and cleaned up the traces when he saw the terrifying messenger with the 4 heads return to the scene. German Sparrow actually didn't come. Surprised, Donnes reached out to receive the reply letter. Then, he took out a gold coin and gave it to the messenger. After the figure in the dark and complicated dress with the 4 heads disappeared, he unfolded the letter and quickly read it. "There's danger." Donna's pupils dilated as he ran for the door as though his butt had been burned. After leaving the room, he said to Anderson, who was standing in the corridor with his back against the wall and an unlit cigarette in his mouth, "Quick, leave quickly. Quick, let's go. It's very dangerous here." German Sparrow said it? Anderson was taken aback as he asked thoughtfully, "Yes, how did you know? Can't I discover something?" Donna's replied instinctively. You? Eh. Anderson chuckled and asked in a relaxed manner, what else did he say? Aren't you nervous? German Sparrow is still very reliable when it comes to such matters. Donna's focus was completely wrong. Anderson fell silent for a moment before saying, his messenger is more reliable. His messengers are more reliable. At least, during the few minutes he takes to and fro, there is no danger here. If there was any danger lurking, it would silently shrink back when it saw the messenger. Donna's originally wanted to reply that that was the case from an image point of view, but for some reason, he instinctively gave up on that sentence. He changed the topic. German Sparrow also said to make Baz unconscious until early in the morning. He told us to wait for the sun to rise before monitoring, but not to expose ourselves. Anderson frowned a little. What does he want to do? When the sun rises, there won't be any hidden dangers here. Without waiting for Donna's response, the Fog Sea's strongest hunter turned around and walked into the room. He took out a small metal bottle he carried with him, pulled out the stopper, and moved it to Baz's nose. It's done. Let's go. Anderson didn't hide his curiosity as he looked around before leading Donna's out of Baz's room and into the distance. Bakeland, Empress Borough, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. At 7:25 a.m., Audrey suddenly woke up from her dream. She dreamed of the endless gray fog. She dreamed that German Sparrow, the world, had asked her to help hypnotize a person, making the target forget everything that had happened in the past 6 hours, as well as all the people who had inquired about a certain hidden island. This is something that can accumulate the manipulator potion formula and beyonder characteristic contributions. Also, Mr. World said that he would donate another £7,000 for war treatment. Audrey got off the bed very gently and put on a bluish-green cloak over her white nightgown. She then followed German Sparrow's instructions and set up a ritual to pray for Mr. Fool's bestowment. The illusory door quickly formed and opened. 3 items flew out and landed on the altar. One of them was a thin human skin glove, the other was an instruction manual on a piece of white paper, and the other was a neatly arranged stack of cash that wasn't tied up. Is this the creeping hunger? Audrey examined the altar and thanked Mr. Fool. Then, she put on the glove and followed the instruction manual to control the traveler's soul. When the glove turned transparent, the holy angel with 12 pairs of flaming wings suddenly appeared in front of Audrey. This is the angel's embrace that Mr. World prayed for? Its effect is to interfere with divination and prophecies aimed at the scene to ensure that my identity isn't exposed? Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she turned Lie, which she had long prepared into a silver mask, and wore it on her face. Right on the heels of that, she began teleporting, according to the coordinates of the spirit world that German Sparrow had given her by the world. During this process, the strange and beautiful scenery and all kinds of strange creatures in the spirit world left a deep impression on Audrey. However, before she could carefully observe it, she had already arrived at her destination. She saw the rich colors and the stacked scenes rapidly fade away, returning to normal. It was still late at night outside. It feels like I've returned to the mood and feeling I had when I first entered the world of mysticism. Audrey analyzed her mental state and turned her attention to the target lying on the ground in the room. It was an unconscious man. The door to his body of heart and mind was rather weak. He was the kind of person who could be easily bewitched, even if it didn't involve beyonder powers. Hypnosis wasn't difficult for Audrey at all. Therefore, in order to digest the potion, she decided to use a dream to complement hypnosis. The unconscious Bartz had a dream. He dreamed of a blurry female figure. In his dream, he believed that it was the most beautiful woman in the world, the perfect state that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy could achieve. Bartz frantically chased after her, running back and forth across the wilderness, hills and peaks, but he couldn't grab anything. It was as though he had left something very important behind. After an unknown period of time, He woke up in exhaustion and slowly recalled what had happened last night. Due to losing money, he was in a bad mood. He had only drunk half a bottle of Lanty-proof before falling drunk. Even now, his forehead still felt a little swollen. He even hit the back of his head. Bartz rubbed the swollen area and walked back to the bed. He fell down and continued sleeping. As for Audrey, who had completed a gentler hypnosis with her dreamwalker powers, she had long followed the instructions of the world's German sparrow. She had completely restored the scene, leaving nothing suspicious. This was the ability of a senior spectator. Then, she teleported back to Bakeland and sacrificed creeping hunger to Mr. Fool. The entire process didn't cause much of a commotion. The Church of Evernight Beyonders who were in charge of protecting Earl Hall and his family didn't notice anything. After Audrey cleaned up all the traces, she pulled the bell and let the maids waiting outside in. "Miss, there's a message from the Bursary Foundation," her personal maid, Annie, signaled the other maids to get busy as she told Audrey. "What news?" From Annie's tone, Audrey detected surprise, bewilderment, disbelief, joy, and curiosity. Annie replied rather quickly. "Miss Eudora, who said that she would have to amputate, has completely recovered, as if she had never been injured. This is simply a medical miracle." Audrey was also stunned. She had some vague guesses, but she wasn't sure because she lacked sufficient clues and evidence. Also, all the critically ill patients in the ward have recovered. At this point, Annie could no longer control herself. She lowered her voice and said, I heard that at night there is a ghostly shadow with mushrooms on one side and weeds on the other. It feeds on diseases, wounds, and sorrow. I don't know if it's true, but it's very scary." Mushroom, weed. Audrey repeated the two words, unable to think of anything else. "P.S. It's the end of the month. It would be a waste if I didn't vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 11:25. Seeing that her mistress was clearly interested in ghost legend, Annie glanced at the other maids who were preparing hot water, combs, and other items. She continued, "The doctors and nurses wish to invite the church's bishop to conduct a mass, but the remaining patients are strongly against it. They look forward to meeting that ghost. They call it the clown angel. They say that its terrifying appearance is like a clown in disguise, but in fact it's an angel that resolves pain and suffering." This title is very interesting. Audrey sighed with a faint smile. If it were in the past, she would definitely be filled with interest. She would be eager to use dream traversal to guard the hospital overnight and figure out what was going on with the so-called clown angel. However, the outbreak of the war had left her in a relatively low mood. She felt that there were too many serious and important things that needed to be done. She really didn't have the mood to investigate. In fact, if she hadn't personally experienced the air raid and seen the injured people, she definitely would have felt that the war had never broken out and that Bakeland was very peaceful. This was because after the air raid, the Rouen Kingdom's airship fleet had entered the war. The air defense standards of the coastal cities had all been raised, and Bakeland hadn't been attacked again. At present, the battles between Faisac and Rouen were mainly concentrated in three places. The first was the Winter County's Amantha Mountain Range, the second was the heavy industrial city cluster on the east coast of Mid-Seashire, and the third was the few large ports along the Sonia Sea. Furthermore, they were in a stalemate, with no one gaining the upper hand. Even if there were casualties, it didn't have much of an impact on Bakeland. Apart from the rising prices and the constant news in the newspapers, the city seemed to have returned to peace in just a few days. However, Audrey didn't think so. Her father and brother had been busy recently. They often returned home late, or they would gather a group of nobles, members of parliament, and clergymen for private gatherings. Through the other charitable organizations of the Church of Evernight, she had learned of the exact number of casualties at the front lines of Pritz Harbor and Amantha. She had even seen some photos of the battlefield. She was working hard to raise money and contact the various pharmaceutical companies and hospitals, hoping to organize battlefield rescue and charitable medical treatment. Who would have thought that the adventurer who's famous for being crazy would not only take out the excess food in the manor, but he would also donate an additional £7,000 in cash? Audrey sighed inwardly and began getting the maidservant to busy herself. South of the bridge, Rose Street. Emlyn White donated a £10 note to a charity fundraiser, pressed down on his top hat, walked up the stairs, and entered the Harvest Church. At this moment, there was not a single believer in the cathedral. Only Father Yutravsky, who looked like a half-giant, sat at the front and prayed devoutly. Emlyn wasn't in a rush to change into his priest robes. He sat beside the priest and wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, it turned into a chuckle. It must be because of your standard Faceac looks and figure that those believers don't dare come over, Emlyn said casually as he looked at the altar in front of him. Bishop Yutravsky lowered his hands and opened his eyes. I can understand them. What's the use of understanding? If the war were to be a little more intense, with more soldiers dying in battle, those believers might surge in, burn down the cathedral, and hang you to death. Emlyn continued looking at the sacred emblem of life. Father Yutravsky shook his head slightly. No, they won't. They sincerely believe in the Mother Goddess. They won't burn down the church. At most, they'll banish me. If I express that I have renounced my Faceac nationality, there will always be someone who will understand and accept me. Emlyn sked and said without moving his gaze, That's right. What if Fainapotter joins the war and attacks Rouen territory in Desi Bay? What if the Church of Mother Earth summons all the clergymen to fight against Rouen? Will you listen to the orders of the Church and abandon the believers here, or will you pretend that you don't know anything and continue to preach the preciousness of life and the joy of harvest, or will you directly organize the believers and let them fight against their own people, proving their faith with blood and sacrifice? Bishop Yutravsky slowly looked at the altar and the sacred emblem of life on it. He didn't say a word for a long time. Emlyn didn't raise any more questions and fell silent like the priest. The entire Harvest Church was silent. On a colonial island, Alger Wilson, who hadn't returned to Pasu Island in time, didn't leave the Blue Avenger out of caution. He only sent the sailors to take turns going ashore to gather information. Captain, there's still no news of us being summoned, a sailor reported to Alger with the strong smell of alcohol. Alger waved his hand and got his subordinate to leave the room. Then, he frowned slightly and muttered silently to himself. The church doesn't seem to place too much importance on this war. From Alger's understanding, this was likely an intense war that involved a lot of areas. As the target, the Church of the Storm would definitely mobilize all its forces to defeat the enemy, including driving the captains, scattered across the sea, and giving them the corresponding missions. But up to this moment, Alger hadn't received any orders from Pasu Island. This wasn't to say that the Church of the Storm was slacking off. The activity of the Church's forces in the Rouen army, the high-altitude defenses in the various cities, and the various activities of demigods indicated that the Church of the Storm was seriously resisting the Faceac Empire's invasion, but it wasn't desperate enough. Could it be because it's still in the early stages of the war? The Church wants to preserve a portion of its strength for the critical moment? Alger restrained the stirrings in his heart and waited for further information. In the evening, another batch of sailors returned. This time, the news had nothing to do with the war. Captain, there seems to be some kind of monster hiding on this island. Many pirates said that after drinking too much, they encountered something scary when they went out to pee. Some of them were slapped by tree branches, some of them saw fruits growing on their bodies, and they were filled with blood and flesh. Some of them encountered skinny ghostly figures with faces full of wheat grains. A relatively sober sailor described the rumors he had heard from others. Legends of ghosts and monsters. Alger had no intention of investigating the truth. He nodded and warned sternly, "Don't go out at night." After Bakeland and Pritz Harbor became a ghost story, Klein never went to those hospitals again, afraid that he would directly encounter Zeredel's marionette. With creeping hunger and his traveling powers, he expanded the range of terrifying legends. He would sometimes appear in the Sonia Sea, the Fog Sea, Lenberg, Fainapotter, and other times he would appear in East and West Balham, the Highlands and river valleys. Furthermore, he didn't abide by any rules. He would go to some cities 2 or 3 times, and he wouldn't set foot on others even once. During this process, Klein had a baffling and strange feeling. It was as though invisible tentacles had extended out of the terrifying darkness, either seeking out his whereabouts or attempting to predict and intercept him ahead of time. They were silent and cold. Once they were entangled, the outcome would be unimaginable. Klein knew that this might be Zaratul's search. His best solution was to temporarily stop acting and lie in wait. However, it was this subtle feeling that made him wish to digest the potion as soon as possible. Hence, he used the Grey Fog's powers. Every time he randomly chose a target location, Klein would first head above the Grey Fog to divine the level of danger and use the paper angels to interfere. At that moment, having greatly digested the potion, he had teleported to Kukawa City in the northern state of West Balham. This was the place where he had killed Zangwill to avenge himself and his captain. The moment his figure appeared in White Feather Square, Klein suddenly sensed something amiss. The residence that belonged to May Sanchez was too quiet. It was so quiet that it sent chills down his spine as his hair stood on end. May Sanchez was a native general who had previously purchased firearms from Don Dantes. He was a beyonder of the death pathway, and he relied on the Church of Knowledge. What happened? Klein frowned slightly as he considered entering to confirm the situation. After all, he was his partner. Furthermore, if he were to encounter a powerful enemy, it would be a very good opportunity for him to act. Klein had just done a self-assessment and believed that if he could create a few more terrifying legends with a saint-level demigod as the main character, his bizarro sorcerer potion would be mostly digested. Of course, the premise of everything is safety. I have to be careful and cautious. As Klein made his marionette, Kona's Kilgore, transform into Don Dantes, he took out a gold coin. This time, the revelation he received was that there wasn't any danger. Strange. Klein didn't let his guard down. His body suddenly turned incorporeal, turning into a shadow as he vanished into the darkness of the night. As for Kona's Kilgore, with Don Dantes's face, he slowly walked towards May Sanchez's residence. This was Creeping Hunger's shadow concealment. As for Klein's other marionette, Enuni, he was waiting about a kilometer away. As for the few rats that belonged to this marionette, they were nearly a kilometer away from the marionette, but they were unable to do anything. Soon, Don Dantes arrived in front of the general's residence and activated his spirit body thread's vision. What he saw were black illusory threads that were growing in a messy manner. They seemed to come from different people, but they had a clearly similar aura. As for ordinary spirit body threads, they didn't exist at all. Don Dantes fell silent for a few seconds before reaching out his right hand and pushing open the door that wasn't closed. The scene inside was completely different from what Klein remembered. The pillars were wrapped in gold leaf, and the golden statues embedded in the walls, as well as the gorgeous staircase, were all jumbled together like a gigantic hedgehog that had grown golden spikes. Sharp stone pillars rose from the ground, and there was shattered glass everywhere. Apart from these, there were also illusory bookshelves that didn't seem real in the hall. Hidden in different spots on the bookshelves were pools of black shadows. At times, they would curl up and stretch out like eyes. As the door opened, the pools of liquid-like shadows suddenly came alive as they produced the same voice. "It's you! My prophecy was right. You're the person who helped me resolve my troublesome predicament. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes on the last day of October."